Oh, Matt. Hello, Harry. That reminds me, I just got a lucky find out at the movies today. I found Hardcore Henry for like $6 on Blu-ray, which I like that movie. It's unique. I found quite a few. One of the thrift stores that's by us, not really, not why I'm saying by us, it's like 20 miles away, but already has some DVDs for $1, and then they had some marked for half off. So some were just 50 cents. I'm like, whoa. Oof. That is cheap. Full scratch. Oh, sunset. Oh, actually, they added a bunch of features for service stuff I haven't seen. Also, apparently it says we have 1,000 members in the Argo Zone exactly. Like, wow. That's a lot. Playing around with the service. I was waiting for Michael. I do like the little shiny names that they added. That's kind of cool. Actually, what's different now is that it looks like server boosting on Discord used to only be for server levels, but now you can use partial boosts for other things. So if you like, so we have level 2 right now, but if we were to get to level 3, we would need 4 more boosts. But that means that there's 3 boosts, so you can use it for enabling something else, like the little shiny names. Or there's also the server tags, but I don't have enough of that. So that's kind of cool. I like that there's something for like mid boosting, because it always felt weird that like if you're at 10 and you need 13 and somebody boosts twice, it just gives you like a partial boost, but it doesn't actually get you anywhere, which I thought was stupid. So yeah, I like that. That's nice. Speaking of movies, today it was bulk trash day in our neighborhood. One of the neighbors put out a ton of VHS tapes. Turned out his grandfather owned a movie rental store. You should have seen the scrapers and dumpster divers hitting that pile like piranha. Wish I had my phone camera with me at the time. They cleaned that pile out in only seconds. Thing is, you could have just dropped it at like a thrift store or something. Then the thrift store is getting something out of it. People do buy VHS tapes. It was like probably like a year ago or something. I was at one of the thrift stores local to me, and a lady went in with like her kids and apparently didn't have too much, and she's like, all right, we'll get one movie. And they were looking at the VHS tapes because they were like $1. So there are people out there that still use them because they can get something for really, really cheap and help out people that don't have a lot of money. I think that's really cool. So anytime I get extra DVDs that I bought at thrift stores, I just put it right back into thrifting. Yeah, having it free on the streets also, I guess, kind of helps people. But normally you get people that just like hoard. And VHS tapes aren't gonna, they degrade. I don't think it's worthwhile to go chasing after a bunch. I did not start my. I should probably close the window. That window's a little bright. It kind of has a cool little like effect going on. Yeah, let me shut that window. Okay. It'll only be that way for a little while longer anyway. Yeah, I was a little late. I forgot that I had frozen our egg rolls and not have them in the fridge like normal, so I took her to cook them. Anyway, happy Friday. I want to figure out where we are in this one. I know we're kind of happy with the way that looks, kind of, sorta. I'm a little unsure on the corner because it looks more purple, but at the same time, based on stuff that like Sunset was digging through and stuff, it sounds like there might be specific colored ones, so I feel like this is kind of a nice middle ground. So let's see. Well, I don't think we did the. We kind of did the lights here. Still kind of running trashy. Oh yeah, we were cleaning some stuff up too. Trying to get rid of some of these lights because I know I got rid of a ton of them in this hallway, and it really didn't change anything. Yeah. Well, they're all literally at the freezing temperature of water.
Yep. Oh, how's everybody doing?
Throat feeling better? Oh, my throat fine. Just I still have like some thick goop that I'm just kind of clearing out here and there, but it's not interfering with my day to day.
Same, but I think I'm finally getting. I think my coughing fits are all but done, which I'm very happy because I feel like coughing. I just had to wash it down with peach ale. I don't know what that was that went around. It clung
Yeah, your lungs.
a little bit, I'm sure. I feel like that's the kind of thing that kills old people. I'm not there yet. I guess.
I know. I thought you were close.
Well, there was a day.
Because like you're like not getting by at all. You're like dead from getting it, and I'm just like, I mean, it's annoying, but I'm fine.
It's like I had a sneeze. He's like, Mike's dead. What? You know, I watched a little bit of one of these. You can barely hear me. It's awful.
You are literally about 8 decibels higher than me.
I need you to change that so I have the voice like Morgan Freeman.
Well, a lot of it is because I'm right here,
Pitch it down,
and then you just had it like this.
It's
Voices go this way, and you're doing it down here.
This is not how modern microphones should operate.
No, they're supposed to cancel outside of a certain range.
They don't. It's like you can hear. I bet they can hear the birds.
No.
No, they hear me cough every
because
time
there's like a low level cutoff. Yes, tanks have glass tops, a central tank with rainbow colored juice, then evidently separate colored tanks. Glass tops. I don't think I'm going to do that. There's really no easy way in SFM to do glass.
Yeah. There's cough. I mean, that was one of the big things they showed off too with Source, is how they could do like stained glass windows and stuff. But it is.
But stained glass window is just colored transparency.
Yes, but it was a pretty big deal when they did it the first time.
And if you're doing
it's like a vat of Skittles.
But like we did stained glass before, but all we did was just make the glass glow and then shine a light that imitated the glass.
Yeah,
you don't actually need to have it like shine through the glass or something.
Can you please put like the Fruity Pebbles logo on the side of it? Delicious Fruity Pebbles.
It looks like there's like wormies going through there though.
Yeah. The gummy worms got into the Fruity Pebbles. Delicious.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't consume.
I want to consume because that apparently turns you into a magical horse.
Turns
like
you into an alicorn.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing.
A magical mare.
Magical mare.
Every brony would be lining up for a cup of that shit.
Well, so I'm not. I could probably, at least for these shots, or this one shot, ignore this vat completely and just use these closed ones. As from a safety perspective, having anything like this, even if it was glass top, is stupid. You might as well have it in a top.
I would assume the only reason it's open right now is because she's doing inspection.
But that means somebody had to remove the whole top. No, you have sensors.
Oh, somebody's got to look at that shit.
Why do you have to look at it?
It's pretty.
I don't want to have it for this shot though, because it throws it off balance.
Maybe, but like a part of what they're doing.
I would rather have it just closed for this shot, but then the ones where she gets pulled into a vat, this is what would work perfect.
Yeah.
Or at least it does the thing we need it to do. So I think I'm going to keep. Where's my other tank? There it is. So I can still keep that tank there, and I'll do that. But then I do think I should up the brightness here a little bit. I'm gonna swap those tanks out.
Speaking of rainbows, I saw one. Very pretty.
Is it raining?
There was some quick storms, at least around Eden.
Okay.
It made a pretty rainbow.
Is ambient just for the... Okay, so it mainly covers the back, but it does cover horse a bit. There's got to be a... Like an
You got a
ambient for
third
this.
green pony up there? Or is that like a green screen?
It's just a TV.
There's 3
What?
green ponies. We won't get
What is lighting here?
There is a central platform and a pedestal with a cup. Green and purple fluid flows on the pipes. Different.
Yeah, that part I'm probably not going to worry too much about, like the cup portion, because this part's just going to be showing the area that they work like as a whole, and then the second part is just being pulled into the vat. There's really not going to be any I don't want to utilize like very specific things like that, because it doesn't really fit within the whole time scale of everything, because I had to fit 6 people's stuff.
I thought that's just falling over.
Nope, she got pulled into a vat up over
Twilight
the rim.
did. I'm talking about Trixie.
I think no.
When the bombs fell, the vats fell.
No, I think she fell because they were up on the things.
Okay, she fell in.
Yeah. Something fell
Into the
loose.
vats.
But Twilight didn't see it because Twilight was already stuck in a shelter.
Well, she immediately ran. She didn't actually care that much about Trixie.
Well, she kind of did, but
As a guinea
it
pig.
was somebody needed to be tested, and fuck that pony.
Trixie did show the ability to cast an invisible spell, which impressed Twilight. But at the end of the day, she just needed a test subject. Trixie was young and healthy and perfect health.
She's full of snow pity.
But these vats contain pure snow substance.
Okay,
Enough
so
of it, you
it's
can become a god.
Floodlight shadowed? Okay, so this is the light that's apparently coming down from there, and that's what's casting it there. And then it's just balancing it off with the ambient. Okay. Which is a little rough, because it means that if I want to brighten this area, I have to brighten those, which I don't want to do, because she's just not bright enough. I might be able to get away with like, because right now there's no underlight. I could maybe get away with an underlight.
Yeah, I would think the area between the vats would be lit. You gotta like
No, this is
spooky, but it feels like they didn't pay their electric bill.
kind of both these.
You could
ambients
put
have
lights along
shadows?
the ground on the walkway, because I would think the walkway would be lit. You got no lights on that walkway. It's dangerous.
Yeah, she didn't know. If I do that, right now how the lighting is built is that she stands out.
Yeah.
Instant boom. Where if I start putting lots of other lights, you're not going to really even notice
We're
her.
talking about when you light up that little.
She's not going to say
greenhouse.
the horses work best in low light, because otherwise they look at each other and they go, "Oh, look at that cutie."
Yeah.
So they got to keep the visibility out. It's like horse blinders.
Yeah, but the two green ones are sisters.
I know.
Are you saying they would smooch?
Would you want them to not smooch?
No.
Double negative.
I had to think about it. You tried to confuse me with a double.
I think, I mean, they don't have to smooch.
I mean, they could though. I'm pretty sure they did in the book.
They did?
That's how I choose to remember the book.
You just read it.
Yes.
So was there smooching or was there not smooching?
No, there's definitely smooching in the book between the sisters. I don't think they talked about them much. I think they were like a side note. But yes, they definitely smooched. That's how I remember it. You have to have them smooching in this scene. I'm pretty sure it was right here they were smooching.
So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just that between those. And that means I only have 2 other shadowed lights, which... What are they? Aren't those Twilight?
No. So, Chad, since I can't contain myself, did see something that did appear to be potentially G6 merchandise. bit ago. Being sold with the other little pony. Look like a Walmart. The 3-dimensional rainbow deck in the art. Personally, or they go back to 2D, but could be nothing. That's the second hint I've seen. Potential 6 in the near future. Here's hoping they bring back all the voice actors. Fingers crossed. If I was to place money on it, I'd say yes. They're going to bring back the original. If they can. The only one I can think wouldn't do it might be
Well, then you just explode Twilight.
Yeah.
Or find somebody that sounds very much like her.
Yeah.
So I have 2 shadow lights for this volumetric. I have a feeling that was done purposefully, but I'm noticing that they're really not that far apart. Like, one's just further up from the other. So can I just, like, which one's the further up one? This one. What if I just use that one instead? Not really centered. I just use that, and then because I'm doing one light, the volumetric brightness of this.
You know, I'm getting concerned. My Ninja Turtle nut butter hasn't arrived. And it was supposed to only be coming from South Dakota.
Do you have a tracking number?
Yeah.
What does it say?
I don't know. I haven't checked it.
Well, then check it.
I will.
Go call your local representative and ask him where your nut butter
Where's
is.
my Ninja Turtle nut butter?
Could be about that brightness in the background that I did that. I can fix that with just changing the other volumetric. Go with the 1. Michael has weird needs and he goes about satisfying them in strange ways.
The nut butter, yeah. Sorry, a coworker messaged me. But yes, I need to figure out what happened to the nut. I can type nut butter into the tell me.
Wait, did you just Google nut butter to see what it said?
No, I typed.
Oh, I thought you went like, "Where's my nut butter?" into Google, and it's like,
where's my nut butter, Google?
Here's a link to the Pornhub.
What?
For nut butter.
Probably went to junk.
Now I can do that brake light limit thing, but I don't like doing that because I've had it crash so many times. So instead, I'm trying to find the other or just get rid of a shadowed light. So If I go to what looks good for the close-up shot, it doesn't look good for this shot. I might need to make 2 different versions of it. Because for this shot, I would say that looks probably the best. Maybe that with like a little bit more brightness. I think what the other light was really doing was it was giving me a really nice central like glowing ball from that hallway. But I think this is fine.
I need to connect to Wi-Fi because internet's crap on this.
This would get rid of it, and I'm just going to dedicate or ensure that that's the only one thing I'm doing that. But this will let me load up this light and have it be shadowed. If this isn't shadowed, it's going to look a little weird. I'm unsure what it's going to look like from below being shadowed. Should still go through. Just whether or not yeah, like actually coming from below, it kind of looks fine. It's just that it's going to light up the vats as well. And I think that is also fine, but it also then means should I back it to way like back here and try to make it look like there's like a ground glow coming up. I think that could be kind of neat. And the volumetrics in there too. Anyways, because Michael's distracted with nut butter. How's everybody's week?
No,
oh, so I know I did it.
No.
I did
I'm
it.
trying
Michael
to figure
doesn't care
out
about you.
where my nut butter went.
Nut butter is more important to Michael.
No, I was talking about G6 and how it's just around the corner, and everyone didn't. I don't know, they didn't say.
I'm going to.
Don't you
set
want
this
more
to-
Rainbow Dash? Get more Rainbow Dash.
That's not far enough. Having people have some new content to work off of, I think would be kind of nice.
You have all that G5 content you back and watch.
Yeah.
You could actually remember who Misty is.
Who?
No. It says
Cute.
it's in the Minneapolis distribution center and has been since yesterday.
Yeah. Because they probably just paid for like the lowest version and they don't have sway like big companies do to have priority. So it's just
It's
good.
taken over a week for this to South Dakota to hear.
Michael, do you remember how shipping was like 20 years ago? Anything you ordered, which was normally through like magazines or phone calls, would take 6 to 8 weeks.
Sounds madness.
Yeah, that was just how it was.
They're holding my nut butter hostage.
Load. The volumetrics are actually going to be a little tough on this. Because if I want to hit the pony with the light, the volumetrics is going to be different. But if I separate them into 2, then I have the issue of shadowed lights again. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. More. The volumetrics actually might be a little unneeded, because if I keep the volumetrics on there, it's going to be looking kind of like that. And I mean, I guess it kind of works. I wonder if it would work if we did like a color with it. Really cool. I'm gonna do color. My God, does it look with like a glowing light coming from below?
Ooh, I do like that. Makes it feel like there's at least some lighting down there, but there's like maybe they have to keep the vats cold. There's some sort of refrigeration aspect to them that it's letting off. I like it. I think that gives a lot more character to the whole shot.
I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do this, but this one's not gonna have shadow. This one is going to be not nearly as intense, but more volumetric. The other words, like I was picking lemons and my hand is full of thorns, but I got some lemon water when it was worth it. That sounds neat. Why are you picking lemons?
They're delicious.
Hello, Kelchan.
And the ones that
Over 6 to 8 months. Well, that's if you do Kickstarter.
the ones that were next to Jurassic's place, those were ripe when we were there recently. The lemons. I don't think I'd ever seen a lemon tree before that moment. Like filled with lemons anyway.
Well, what have you seen lemon trees filled with otherwise?
I mean, birds, leaf, branches.
So how does that look? Would it give it like an extra glow?
I like the mist just in general.
I think what I can do is put something like down in there so that it looks like there's some kind of machinery and something, and not just like big glowy flat color.
Well, I mean, if the vats are being cooled, this makes sense. So it's not like it really stands out as where's that coming from?
Why are they being cooled?
Because Twilight said so.
Because she
Listen
said
to the
so.
horse.
Were they hot? No. She just thought it'd be fun. How did you move Applejack's hat for the hat tip emoji? I just loaded a different model of it. All right, there's a model of just her hat. I just hid the base one and moved a different one.
Comes. Anyway.
You figured out those gallery puzzles last night? No. I did figure out a couple things today. But I don't want to talk about them in case people plan to play that game.
Which game? Oh, the
Blueprints.
Blueprint. Figure out another one of those paintings.
That's what she was asking. No, I basically stopped afterwards. Had to do a couple things, but then I basically called it good too.
I was thinking about that game at work today.
Trying to figure out those
the big P.
Yeah, but again, no spoilers for people.
Yeah. I don't know what they're gonna gain from the big P. I was thinking about the big P again.
Well, if people are playing it right now, who knows?
I think about the big P a lot.
I did do a little bit of play today, but I was out doing some thrifting and stuff. I wouldn't say thrifting, is more of about half price books places. Oh, just I think middle one's supposed to be 90. There we go. Oh, it's really close to 90. How'd that look? There's like a bunch of them running down this area. Because the problem is, it's also going to block her light a little.
I do like the idea of this place looking kind of like hastily constructed, but to code at the same time. Like Twilight would want it done quick, but she definitely wouldn't want to skip safety steps.
Yeah. I don't like the brackets. If I could just do
Very
like,
industrial.
More of they're kind of, those ones are evenly apart. Well, I mean, they were ministry mares for.
By this point, they've been ministry mares for a while.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not like this is new, but they basically have unlimited budget, which is the big thing.
Pretty much, like, I think Autocrestria starts about halfway through season 2, where the diverge. And I think they weren't ministry mares when Celestia was in charge, but as soon as she hands it over to Luna, that's when the started.
Was the war? There's talk of war before they were ministry mares.
Yeah,
for sure, because that was in the book.
Yeah, Applejack used a gun against a cockatrice, which Fluttershy was like, if we had just talked to the cockatrice, could have turned your.
Which, do you know why that existed?
What's that?
That whole exchange probably existed for the sole reason of giving context as to why they can't change any money back.
Yeah, that, and it kind of gave that's when guns were invented in Equestria. Applejack was one of the first to have. I can't do anything about it. You fed me. This is your fault.
Nicholas stomach can get lots of noise.
There. Maybe I'm just thinking about the pork and beans we're gonna have tomorrow. Cornbread. I got a huge thing of bacon I can cook. But I gotta soak the beans tonight, so I cannot forget. Just throwing such a fit. And then I'm gonna make brisket again the next day, and I gotta do better. Because last time I had the brisket.
Why are you making it again?
Because I effed it up the first time. I was gonna say the curse word.
Oh no!
Yeah, I know.
How dare you say some fucking curse word?
No, there's children somewhere on the planet.
Yes, there's one in this room.
Oh, I effed it up because I cooked it from 10 to 5, so like 7 hours, but that's not long enough for brisket. I need to put that stuff on it like, oh, if we're gonna eat at 5 next time, I need to have that like in the oven at like 3 in the morning. I might as well just put it lower and then put it on the night before. What I should do.
Okay, so I just put some pipes going across on there. That helps a lot. It just breaks up the very, very like specific color that just like a big empty space of glow.
Mm-hmm.
That helped a lot. Though I put some pipes down here, but I don't think it really mattered. I'll leave them there for now, though.
I ate that brisket. I was terrified. Someone Like he's gonna die trying to eat this piece of shit.
Just want to make sure before you continue brute forcing it. Well, brute forcing is not a fun way to solve a puzzle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when I was trying to help him, he was terrified I was looking at him. But then I kept getting things wrong, so that was very comforting to him.
I was trying to be very careful because the problem with like playing puzzle games is sometimes the thing you're trying to figure out like other ways of saying things, but if you search some of the words, you might get led to the answer because other people have done similar searches. But I was trying to be very careful on how I was doing the searches of like synonyms and stuff, and not having it lead me to like a screen that just like popped up the answer.
I feel like if I had gotten one of them right, you would have been like, you looked it up. No, I swear I can't.
If out of nowhere you suddenly just had the answer and you couldn't explain why. That's why a lot of times I was like, where did you get this?
Where did you get that? And then you put it in and be like, no, that's wrong. You're just dumb. Like at least he's not looking up answers.
I've been playing Blueprints for it's a loosely, in a loose term of it, it's a roguelike puzzle game. But I technically have beat the main portion of it, but there's still a lot of other things that actually did some good progress on today. I've done 2 of the 8 big things that are my current things, but now there's some like things that I'm thinking I might have to do something really different in the game later. I'm unsure, so we'll see. Not fun to brute force a puzzle. Obviously, never tried to solve a Rubik's Cube. I've solved a Rubik's Cube. Brute forcing a Rubik's Cube would be tough, but every Rubik's Cube is just an algorithm, and once you learn how the algorithm works, you can solve any Rubik's Cube pretty damn easy. It's it's not actually that difficult. It's memorizing that algorithm that's hard. I was able to solve mine by using it, and I was trying to memorize it, but then I just stopped caring after a while.
It's dumb at this point, but there is still a Rubik's Cube incident that happened. Incident with my mother that I still have not forgiven her for. At a yard sale, I happened to find an original Rubik's Cube, like 1970s original, in good condition Rubik's Cube. And I was playing with it. I'm like, this is a really nice Rubik's Cube. I'm being careful with it and stuff. Oh, the scooters won't steal them.
One day she'll get the rest of those cookies.
Well, she's getting more. She's got a whole pile of cookies. Like Donkey Kong, but cookies. But anyway, my mother.
Donkey Kong, but cookies.
Yeah, Cookie Donkey Kong. So I'm trying to solve the Rubik's Cube, but I'm not good at it. I'll admit right now, we're gonna solve a Rubik's. But I'm very happy I found this original Rubik's Cube. And my mom says, I can solve it. I'm like, you can? I'm like, yeah. So I hand it to her. I'm like, okay, just be careful with it. And I go F off into my room for a bit. I come back, and then I hear her scream, I solved it.
She pulled the stickers off.
She pulled all the stickers off and put them all in the proper order, which basically destroyed the Rubik's Cube. So I was like, Mom, why? Like, I solved it, just like mine when I was a kid. Like, this one's as old as you, so when you were a kid.
That's a great way to learn how to solve the problems in your life. Ignore all the rules and cheat your way to victory.
She didn't understand what she had done, so I can't really be too.
Did you tell her?
I told her it was an original, but from her perspective, she's like, oh, that just means it's like, what, 40, 50 years old? That's not that old. From her perspective.
Also, it's your stuff, so.
Yeah, well, I had just got it at a yard sale, so.
Hello, Yu-Gi-Oh boy.
Like, I think it was the same yard sales that I got my Nintendo from. Like, the same strip, like, going out. That was a good day. Nah, you never find a Nintendo at a yard sale. It's on, like, eBay for $200.
I haven't been to a yard sale for a while. I've been to estate sales here and there, but haven't done a yard sale. There's a I don't know how much stuff they still sell anymore, but it used to be like by my parents, like across the highway. the whole neighborhood, this
Mhm.
large neighborhood, would do a full like once a year yard sale thing. So and it would just be packed streets with
Yeah.
cars parked and stuff.
In Kentucky, there was a whole stretch of highway that was just yard sales, and the further down you went, the more yard sales there'd be, and there'd be so many. Eventually, you have to stop and turn around because, like, your whole day going down this highway. It was crazy, and I went a few times, and I always found something. Like a lot of the consoles I have out there. This was
That's usually where
20
you're gonna.
years ago.
That's usually where you're gonna find the best deals. Is places like that. That's why I was at the Salvation Army earlier, and they have the best deals on movies. It's just they tend to be picked through.
Mm-hmm.
But like even across the street, they're normally $2, and when they do their sale, it's half off, so $1. There, they had some that were just $1, and then they had some that were marked half off. So there's some for 50 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I really don't care what it is. I'm gonna grab it. I grabbed, I think, like 7 or 8 from there, and about 4 of them were on half off. So a couple of them were 50
nice.
cents.
Horse. Go horse. They do another G4 based series. I hope they pick up where G4 left off. That'd be neat. And if it's in 3D, you could get a job there because you're like the premier, like 3D horse animator.
I think I'd be taking a pay cut.
Maybe, but horse all the
That
time.
would pretty much be, yes.
It'd just be horse
It wouldn't be worth
forever.
it.
And then I would ask you what's happening in horse, and you couldn't tell me, and I would be driven insane.
It'd be neat, but we'd have to move. So
You can work from home to do it.
no, as in like I couldn't afford to keep the place. Because I'm gonna guess that they're gonna pay pretty crap.
Animators? Oh yeah. Unless you're like lead.
But even then, you're not really animating then. Like lead animators more about direction and
Yeah.
ensuring that everybody else is doing their thing.
Yeah.
And then you do probably some of the important parts.
Yeah.
But
You need to do the 3D shot. The shots that do.
in 3D, that's no different than regular.
Yeah, but you get to make it extra epic. You get to do the fight scenes.
No, that sounds like a ton of work.
Yeah, it's called work. Get to it.
No.
You haven't done work in a while.
Work job.
I don't believe you. You're still sleeping when I leave every day. And you're not
Yeah, and I can get to work in 1 minute.
pretty sure you just
When there's no commute.
sleeps till 11 and rolls around on the floor to get all the burps out. But I do. Am I the only one?
Is this what you plan to do with the nut butter?
Roll around in it. Throw it on the floor, roll around in it. Should be here tomorrow.
And what are your plans?
I just told you.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're just gonna roll around in it.
I'm gonna roll around the Ninja Turtle nut butter.
All
Think
right.
about my childhood.
Think about your life a little bit. Realize you've made some mistakes.
I have. No, I've done everything correct. No mistakes. Oh, cough. Why don't you stay go? Oh, wait. Oh, no.
Matt wants you to do some
You're
stuff.
supposed to have turned that off.
I turned it off when you weren't feeling well, but I turned it back on. Just give me a sec, because I just want to get this keyframing done. Well, I still have it in my head.
that horse isn't wearing pants, and it's made all the more evident by the fact that she's wearing a shirt and
But she has to hide her chest.
they're just like no shirt, no shoes, no service, and she's like didn't say nothing about pants.
In a way, they don't.
So Twilight
But
just walks in there.
But
no
I'm thinking the
pants.
law has some parts depending on how much you go into
Yes.
that.
Those signs were definitely made for like Southern America. Just walking in barefoot and gone. Demanding a Big Mac.
Oh. What is this, spiders is?
No, jeez. Big Mac. The only thing I know about that fan fiction is what Dawn somewhere.
Because in there it's Twilight and Big Mac.
Yes,
Both
as
get turned into
spiders.
spiders.
Yes. And say they have to make spider bait.
Okay.
I think you did that in bad fan fiction.
No. I even mentioned it, I think, at like the last one. Like, these aren't bad fanfics. They're just fanfics that shouldn't really exist. Because if I just do bad ones, we'd be spending an hour doing something boring. That after like 5 minutes, you'd be like, okay, I've had enough of this. Spiders is funny. But if you were to, because of how long it is, you would spend 40 minutes reading it.
Mm-hmm. It's weird.
And there's no talking. It's just he says what they say in the middle of the sentence and it just keeps going. It just wouldn't make any sense.
Just intentionally bad.
I think Argo has been lying about his job. I think Argo actively handles logistics of arranging the selection and transportation of stud stallions as clients. Pony pimping ain't easy. He caught
Why
me.
stallions though? Gross. That explains the smell.
Oh, I can keep this. Oh. No, he's running away. He's trying to hide.
Gonna really, how's this work? It's been a while. Been mess with this program. Wait, where's the lid? How do I turn this back to funky rainbow water?
Funky rainbow water. You gotta scroll down to the bottom of the list. Well, it's
this
like
list?
no, like collapse Twilight
Collapsed one.
so that you can see things.
Oh.
Open the tank one. Turn off number 2. Maybe number 3. Yeah. Now we'll collapse the tanks group and turn on the bats group at the bottom. Like this, the main one.
There we go.
I don't like what you're gonna like a weird fetish thing.
No, it's not a fetish thing. What is happening? Twilight, no. Here. Horse.
Just horse.
I have a.
Why don't you ever use the middle one, like the one that does both at the same time?
Because I can't control that one. It's madness.
No, it just does both the move. Not the teal thing in the middle. That's madness. The little circles.
Oh, you know what? That makes sense.
Because now you want to have the horses like doing weird little zigzags through the dirt. Oh my god! What'd you do to her?
Sure. I'm a master
Anything you say after that is already a lie.
of the source.
Source.
Yeah.
Is this like a divinity reference?
This is all source. What it looks like. Okay.
Now that I'm sitting here, I can fix it.
Yeah, it's like immediately just start tinkering with crap. Breaking it. Most certainly break it. Let's see. Horse. Doesn't look very happy, so I need to make sure I have a happy horse. Not angry,
There.
not
It
sad.
has a little bit more flexibility.
He's her thing. Be a bit relaxed. And then she's
I think she's melting.
fine. Good expression.
No, I think she found the nut butter.
C is okay.
Maybe have her look down or something,
No,
because it's just
she's
like whites of her eyes. It's a little bit weird.
She's fine. Hold on.
You're stealing my animation.
No, it's perfect. Okay, now how do I put the timing off for the other leg? You know how to do it.
Hold Alt and slide it. Why'd you have to look at where the Alt key was?
Don't question.
How do
me.
you keep looking at your finger? You have to keep looking at your keyboard to figure out how to type things. But I thought you were a computer expert.
I'm a computer expert. All right, I need needing.
No, oh, no. Too many. No, there's no smooches.
They're gonna be smooches.
She's protected. She's got her anti-smooch protection on.
Find this horse.
No, she's got her anti-smooch mask. You can't smooch her. What are you trying to do?
Trying to paste the anime.
You have to select her model. You have her like group selected.
Oh.
Plus, there's locks right now set up on her. You would probably want to unlock that before you do. Otherwise, it might fly across the map. No, like the model, and then go unlock transforms. Then you can paste it. No, you don't need to unlock. No, you don't want to have those locked. Otherwise, she's not giving her like suit. You want her suit, right?
No.
Here you go. Copy it.
Thought I did.
I like only one of her eyes was recolored. 'Cause I was just lazy.
I'll be happy to.
What do they call when you have two different eye colors?
Something.
Something. And this has been Webster's vocabulary with Michael.
Okay.
Take her whole model and alt it a little bit. Heterochromia. Ah, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Good stuff. Okay, I need another horse. This other horse up here.
Oh no, that one doesn't have the anti-smooch mask.
Oh, neither of them do.
No,
Hang
one
on.
does. Oh no, what happened to her?
Ah.
No, this is against you. She didn't ask for this. I thought before you were like, they're sisters. They can't smooch.
I mean, then the chat said I was wrong.
No, I think you
sure.
said you were wrong. There's synchronized splashing. I need another boost for this. Do you need another boost?
Yeah, eventually.
How
But
was the peach?
It's all right if you like peach. You like you don't. So, important work we're doing. Bad. Here. And I need the other sign. How happy this. Mess that up. Head. That's a little bit, and then horse over here. My excellent animation skills. And then we'll go back. And then this horse. Horse. This horse. And then okay, this horse needs to like close her eyes. Close wrinkle. Close wrinkle. I'll open this. Okay, and then the other horse has to do the same. Quality animation. Bad. Everybody says otherwise. Wrong. Wriggle. Nope. Oh, yay.
You know, like, this is another great night for a bonfire. It's so nice outside right now.
I'm on the wrong horse. This horse.
Temp drops quite a bit already.
Wrinkles.
Oh, no.
Horse could probably come up a little bit. Okay, that's good. Okay, I need more horse. Who else can join? No, there's a stallion. Gross.
There's a Firewatch out though.
Smooth.
No, they don't even looking at each other.
They're fine. Twilight's having a good time. Trixie's supposed to be in here.
Well, because they're all getting cancer.
This is how the goddess is made. I just need to get Trixie. Hold on.
It might be a Firewatch, but it is still nice out. And I don't know if it's in the cities here, because at least for the most part, everything here is still pretty good. There's not like dry grass or anything. Oh, so
Okay.
good. It is for me, I guess. Oh, your guys has already gotten like brown. Ours is still pretty green. I got patches in the front that are a little rough, but that's not because they're dry. That was just because they didn't grow back in. Gotta take care of that. That might be a weekend thing. Where the camera is. So yeah, probably behind you. He's right there, Michael. Michael, where is he, Michael?
Where's the horse?
She was right below you. No, you moved, so it's where you were before. How do you video game? You haven't.
Everything's gone.
You hit play, so now we're past the visible everything. Hit V.
There's horse. Come here, horse.
Oh no, why is she wearing that? No, you made her leave.
Come here, horse. Come here.
No, she's across the map.
Come close.
Oh, mostly gonna still have to watch. Yeah, I'm not too worried about like right now, but I think by like Tuesday or Wednesday, because we're gonna have like the 90-degree temps. Remember the little round part at the bottom?
Yeah.
Remember what that does?
That makes horse. Okay, I'm gonna.
No, this is how the story started. Mike, are you just reenacting when they all got in? This is how they did it. They all just went and.
They're making the goddess right now.
Michael.
Their face broke a little bit. I can fix.
You shouldn't include the face. Just no, undo. Oh, that works, I guess. Why'd you have to pull up like babysitter Trixie?
Her face fell off. That's the cute one.
Wait, the other one isn't?
They're all cute.
What is she doing?
She goes splashing in the bath.
Or is she just trying to show her butt?
Oh.
I feel like you're like trying to make it lewd.
I'm not. You're lewd.
This is lewd.
This is the house is lewd.
Because she's seeing Twilight can see underneath the cloak.
Well, she's not Twilight. Ain't wearing pants.
Well,
So-
how would you know? She's in the soup.
She is in the goddess suit.
In the smooch soup.
And one part.
Trixie does not want to be a part of this. Trixie does not want a raise. Oh, she's getting a raise, all right.
Yeah.
Twilight's getting the raise.
Where is? I need. See. Pony parts. Legs. Legs. Oh, what the?
You're just moving really fast and confusing it. Or you've broke it.
No. Wait,
Yeah, now they're just in the radioactive pit. What did you do with the water?
Where's the? Might just be. It's just the egg.
That's concerning.
Yeah. Well, it's a problem.
I knew you were gonna say that. Oh, Michael.
It was in the way.
That's why usually it's moved, Michael.
Okay. Trixie.
Being lewd. You put them all in a giant smooch vat.
Oh, they're making the goddess together.
So you're just skipping right to home base. Wait, what is she doing? Is she just? Is she
stirring?
Is she trying to tempt them?
Yes.
Here's the booty. It's coming.
No smooching.
Yeah, no smooching. You're stirring the pot?
Yeah.
Yeah, a honey pot. I thought just out of nowhere she's like, and scene.
And scene. Right. Bottle. Honey.
Or should I say plots? Yeah, stirring the plot. You gotta dehydrate. No, you're in charge. That's yours. You have a beer. I don't know what percentage.
Pressing V isn't taking me.
You have to have. You have to have the visible area selected. Like click inside the viewport. There you go. Wait. Are they gonna be all shaking money at her?
Twilight is.
You said this isn't lewd.
It's not. Trixie's just trying to make some money. She's a babysitter.
Are you gonna drink your booze?
I am a busy animator, sir. I'm making quality products. I'm creating a goddess right now. I don't know what you've been doing.
You must take a drink. Tis demanded by the gods.
That is pretty good.
Yes. The gods have demanded consumption.
Okay.
Well, spending that big ministry money.
Mm-hmm.
I have a ministry and I demand mares. Is that what the ministry mares is?
Yeah.
It's just a big old strip, pony trafficking thing.
Yeah, maybe. Funny.
That's been good, Ninja Bacon. How's it been for you? We're finally getting spring in Minnesota, though we kind of, because that like Omega whatever, kind of jumped right to summer a little bit with the temps, but it's only going to be for like maybe like 5-6 more days, and then it's going to drop back down again. They're talking like high 60s, low 70s for highs for a while then. Which is good. You got to do your berries soon.
Yeah. Someday.
We have a pony dressed as a nun. If not, I think we should. I don't think so. It looks like she's trying to eat the money. Doing.
On the scene, oh, it's this one.
It's the big glowy part.
Yeah.
It's hot and muggy and raining. Sums up Florida. Yeah, we there whatever that Omega thing is. It's like there's a weird jet stream loop that we kind of got stuck in. So all the south is getting hit with like heavy storms and it's muggy, and we're basically really dry and not getting any of the water that we should be getting in the spring. So which is not good for the plains. I'm kind of liking the dryness, but I also want rain. So it's been nice that I've had the like full HVAC off for nearly 2 weeks now. What? Fan's supposed to be kicking on here and there, and I'm not hearing it. Yeah, it's supposed to be 20 minutes an hour. I don't know why it's not running. Oh, there we go. It's because I have the HVAC fully off. Probably turn it on back on again. I don't think we're gonna be getting too cold. Yeah, there. Now it should. Won't run the auto if it's not on. I'd send you some. If I could have rain without muggy, I would like that. But we
This is them making the goddess. I completed my animation in record time. All right, let's watch.
we still have set 6-7 minutes.
Oh, we got well. Like this is how the goddess got made. Flash got the money. He's doing the thing, starting up the vat. Those horses are kissing, and then woo!
I wasn't paying attention for a little bit, and I didn't expect the alicorn. So Trixie's trying to get all their loins in a twist, and then they all go underneath to smooch.
Yeah.
And then out comes a single alicorn.
Yeah, the goddess.
Is the goddess an actual physical thing?
It's like an amalgamation. Think of the master.
I know, like, well, for one, the master was from Fallout 1 and 2. And, but when she's speaking, there is no physical representation of her.
It's projected into their.
Yes, but where is she?
Physical body.
Where?
The thing they put the nuclear bomb in.
No, it was like a vat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's just so she has a physical body in there.
Yeah.
Well, what is she in there? Is she an actual alicorn, or is she just a big blob?
It's closer to the.
Okay, she's just a big old smooch. They smooched so hard they became one big old smooch blob.
That works. And then
Looks like an anthology short. No.
What happened? All right. I know what we can do.
What happened to her skin? Skin was missing. Wait, what do you?
I'm looking.
No, there's no. Oh, there is a rubber duck model. Oh, there's a better one. Let's use arrows. I mean, that one's, I guess. Look at it soon. Look in the upper right, Michael.
Yeah, I see him.
Soon
done.
We should make a 7 Days to Die mod where it's nothing but waves of ponies. Michael, why have you not done this?
7 Days to Die.
7 Days to Die mod, but all the zombies are just ponies. Yeah, because then you go to kill ponies with bats and guns, right? Why is I don't remember the duck in Fallout Equestria. Are you sure it's in the water? No, like change your angle. I mean, like the angle you're looking at.
Think.
Okay, it's fairly close. I don't think it's in the water though. Why is there a duck? Why is there need to? Is it have a camera so you can watch? Is this for Michael's like sneaky time?
Can I just copy this duck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Push to.
Why is there ducks?
What do you mean, why? That should be obvious.
Spy duck the Psyduck. Did they just eat something really weird that night and that's why it's all rainbowed, or are they smoking something?
They're making the goddess.
Like in the story, they didn't know what it was going to be, but the goddess was the outcome. I like that you're saying their plan from the beginning is we're gonna smooch until we make a goddess.
Yes, that should be everybody's. and go. I don't know if this is moving. Trying to move the duck's animation, but I don't even see the duck's animation.
Yeah, the idea for analogies start out with a super cute Applejack, and then she starts saying how stupid Jay Holler is. Kinda. We actually had Jay was over Wednesday and for Bonfire, and we were talking about some different ideas for some stuff. Okay. Nothing I think that I felt like it stuck to me, but we actually gave an idea to him, or one of Michael's ideas.
No. Bring this up. How to move?
Huh?
How do I move the shot?
To tab, it's easier to move it then. When you have everything selected, it kind of gets difficult. You have a dehydrate. Yeah, drink your drink. You only got like a minute left.
Okay. Dehydrated.
Why did they come back? What happened to the Alicorn?
See.
They undid? They unsmooched? Or is this like a Captain Planet thing and they all just reverted back?
Captain. That's what I'm comparing this.
You gotta hydrate.
Did hydrate? I don't have water.
Why don't you have water?
Because that stuff's nasty.
I like in the morning, it'll be like 8 a.m. and from my room in here, and you're like opening a can of Dr. Pepper.
I need my caffeine fix.
I'll get the hydrate in a minute. You are out of time, Michael. Oh no, like is it wet? Oh. What do they do? The green ones, I don't like this. Why is the one kind of like act like she's a little bit scared about what's gonna happen? She's like, oh no, and then oh. Okay.
Perfect.
It's happened.
I made my thing. I hope you're happy. Was it who did this? Matt, you were the reason this exists. In this chair.
Oh.
Nice chair.
I'm a chair. I got a new chair, but you buy your own stupid chair.
Okay.
Actually, what are you talking about? I bought both these chairs.
So, I made the perfect goddess animation.
You know what's funny? I think these chairs cost the same.
Yeah.
Well, not quite. When they first came out, they were.
This chair has class.
That chair it fits a style with our board game table.
So this is how I remember it happening when I read them.
That's. I like how.
How amazing!
Even puppeteered her lifting.
Yeah.
Like. This is the nice. This is the nice straight line of her going up.
Yeah.
And spinning.
Yes.
It's all over the place. Like all you'd have to do is just.
No, I already did it.
Like all you have to do is hit it with that.
Yeah.
And it would. Oh.
What have you done? You've broken it.
It's the rounding error. Oh, actually, that won't fix it, but I should do. Yeah, it's the.
They made the goddess.
I like this.
Just coming up. Bucks.
She looks around at like what Equestria's become, and she's like, "No, fuck that. you guys can go back."
Yay!
Michael,
Yeah.
what do you do with her eyes?
Fine. I had a few drinks. I'll have.
They're just.
They really love each other.
This looks like a Picasso.
It's art. Brainstorming with Michael. Okay, imagine a scene where 3 mares in a hot tub, and they smooch. Great idea.
Lauren would be ecstatic to know she was created via the power of mere smooches.
Yes, of course.
All right, well, I'm closing this.
No, it's amazing.
It's
Your
gone.
animation is done now.
It's gone because you were using a pre-saved file, so I'm not saving it again. It's gone forever.
I made it better. This is boring, but
Oh, okay. So we'll
no, keep
buy
animating,
horse.
please.
All right, we're gonna load in.
No, gross.
Braeburn.
Won't even fit in the dumb.
No, this is what you wanted.
Don't believe so.
You said just like it's back to stupid horses. I'm like, okay, we're gonna go like.
What happened? His face fell off. What did he get? It's happy. How you wore the vest.
We gotta keep the vest on. There, we'll come up there on his ivory tower.
I forget.
Look at him. He's so spooky.
I think I remember Brayburn taking over. He took over the actual weapon factory for Applejack, because Applejack, where she was dealing with so much.
Weren't they all?
Mm-hmm. Applejack did have a assassination attempt.
But it's okay because, your little sweetie buns got revenge.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of betrayal with inside of Applejack's own ministry, and Brayburn was one of the few. He didn't have a very big part in Fallout Equestria, but they did. As
Well, he didn't really have too much of a part in the original, and when K-Cat started writing it, at what point in the series did they start writing it, and what point did they finish it?
they were pretty quick.
Because like,
It was before.
well, no, it was
season 2 is when they started writing.
but like if episodes were coming out while it was written, then they could include characters later in the story
Yeah,
because they're now characters, and then at that point you have to figure out a way to make them fit. That was why like Project Horizons tried to include like all this other stuff, but at the same time it felt like it just became too much.
yeah. Brayburn was a thing. Then they didn't mention him as when the bombs fell, he was in charge of the Iron Shot. And he was the one who basically like I kept your thing. He did not make it to a vault
How do you know?
because he did a recording after the bombs fell. He
Oh.
survived the initial drop. He was sick.
Thing is, my thought is anybody that doesn't make it to the vault, just basically dead.
They're either dead or they're ghoul.
Yeah, but anybody that did get in the vault is now trapped in this tiny place underground
Mm-hmm.
in a horribly depressive state. Like at that point, is it living?
It's being alive.
Yeah, but all you're gonna do is feel claustrophobic, cramped, depressed, everything. You're gonna be, but I wouldn't be surprised if just like the suicide rate within the first couple of years of Vault, it was just like 50%.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Future generations won't know anything different. So That horse. I need to feed that horse oat. That horse still.
No, she likes hay burgers and quesadillas.
How do you defeat Arcane Sign? Bring her a cheesy tortilla.
Filled with ladybugs.
Oh,
Yes, but it would be double spooky.
I never got the lady thing because that was only in a short, and they show an episode where she sees a ladybug her size and doesn't really react in the breed. Where's the continuity? Oh. That's another thing you have to find. You have to find the shorts and put them on. You got to get the.
Why do
memory
I have to find them?
episodes
You find them.
and the shorts.
You find them.
They're hard to find. You were right.
Well, then
about
why
the-
am I supposed to do it?
You were right about the memory episodes because I think they only aired once in Canada or Australia. It might have been Australia.
Australia?
Australia. And they exist, but they're relatively low quality. I would like to find like a proper release of them. I think it exists. It's barely one step away from just lost me. The shorts, on the other hand, I think are still up on YouTube. I did find out about some Pony Lost Media. Apparently, in China, they did a hologram show with My Little Pony, where the ponies like met historical figures through time, Chinese historical figures, and they were like trying to gather the elements of harmony, and each of these historical figures had an element of harmony. And it very much existed, and people talk about it. And there's a promo video for it, but nobody ever recorded it because I guess they weren't allowed to. And at this point, it's considered lost media. But it was official from Hasbro. Hasbro made it for the Chinese market. Because again, Pony is huge over there. They're getting their own stuff. It's just weird that it was like My Little Pony was used to like educate children on Chinese history in China.
It was over there just because China is a bigger market than the United States for content type stuff. It's just that most of the stuff is denied. So they have to try to make it Chinese acceptable.
Yes.
And because it's money, they don't care if they have to like cross moral lines to do it.
I mean, it wasn't anything like nefarious. It was just
Yeah, but
historical
well, it's
figures from
Hasbro.
Chinese
They're
history.
gonna find they'll be nefarious if they need to be.
I just want to know what this G6 is going to be. I saw 3D Rainbow Dash. Excited. If it's actually animated properly this time, and I think it will be if it's Universal, which is what my prediction is. We'll see if that holds up. If Universal Studios is animating, I have to imagine it's at least going to be Paw Patrol quality.
And that's good quality.
It was later.
Everything I've ever seen of it has just been absolute trash.
The early seasons were absolute trash, but if you watch like new stuff, it's actually pretty decent. It just took them a long time. And that's Warner anyway. That's Viacom, which I think is Warner. Not sure.
Yeah, but Warner makes trash anyway.
Oh, people were just pissed off at Warner because of all those cuts they did. But it won't.
Everybody's been doing kind of the cuts thing, but they were doing it like the finished content type cuts.
Yeah.
But game companies have been doing that now a ton too, where like games are 3/4 through development and they're like, nah, done.
Well,
Hasbro has lost several copyright cases in China, which is if that's the case, that's hilarious because China doesn't give a shit about our copyright. But if we go there and try to get in on top of their copyright, but I really, China's doing the like China first, screw everybody else mentality. But that's all America has done for like 100 years, at least. So
I think any nation's gonna do that
well,
to some degree.
Those that push and use the position that they have on the world stage to ensure that they get their own way.
Yeah.
We've been doing that for a long time. Now we're saying the quiet part out loud with the Trump stuff.
I think we've taken it.
Well, yeah, but we're trying to make it very obvious that we're taking advantage of people when we've been doing it forever. Like the way that we want cheap goods, so we take advantage of cheap labor in other countries to do it. Like when we have plastics that we don't want, we just give it to other countries to fill their landfills instead of ours.
Yeah.
Like we've already been assholes to others. It's just now we're being very vocal about it.
I mean, developing nations wanted that, just don't want it anymore. I'll get pissy about it.
Yeah, but eventually, but then what do we do? Because now we've developed this taste for things, so we'll push it on people. We'll find, well, what's the next country we can toss it at?
Maybe they'll be grateful for it then too.
But it's not like China was taking just a really bad plastics because they could kind of make something with it, but it didn't take long for them to get to a point of not wanting it anymore. And then like, well, what do we do with this recyclable material? Landfill.
Yeah. I mean, what else are you gonna? People aren't gonna
figure out some other way to do things other than plastic.
Sort of AI. Well, yes, getting away from plastic.
Yes, that's the big one.
Yes,
because there's the whole like reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce is the first one, and it is the first for a reason. It is supposed to be the priority. You're supposed to figure out using less of something before reusing or recycling.
It feels like very few things use plastic, and now everything has to use.
There's certain situations where plastic is a better choice, and but we've been using it in non-necessary things. And that's the thing that's frustrating, is we need to get away from the non-necessary so that we can slow down our descent into madness. Like, otherwise, we're not going to have the ability to use it in the situations that we do need it. Medical purposes are a big one.
Yeah,
plastic is very useful in that. But if we just suddenly destroy our ability to use it, then those use cases are going to be gone. I need to do some filler scientists. I don't think I did this guy's coloring yet, unless he's just going to be a ghost. Right, let's just add a color.
Universal animated the Puss in Boots television series.
As soon as you said television series, that kind of like made me think, bleh.
I'm trying to find like things they've done in 3D that might know.
The horse up there is very dark colors, so I probably want to pick a darker color for this horse too. A gray would probably go really good, or just a brown. We could go just a brown. Oh, that, and then
I suppose if albino persons had pink eyes, an albino pony would also have pink. That's just their blood vessels, because they have no pigmentation in their eyes. So yes.
Well, it wouldn't be pink eyes; it'd be red eyes.
Well, it comes across pink.
Just they can't have pink eyes because that's a disease.
Also,
no, Michael's
puppy smiles.
No,
love puppy smiles.
What color mane? There we go. No, I don't want to do green. You can maybe do like a deep. No, it's probably best to just go with like some kind of a gray, like that, because it's like he's the science horse and he is He does science.
He's old.
Wow.
The best scientists are the
Calling-
old one. Okay.
Calling the horse old.
I've been doing this for 30 years, said the old horse.
So 80, 90, 110. These are just something easy to remember.
Now, I remember I rented on this before. Time I go to the grocery store and buy any kind of meat or paper bags, but then they'll use a plastic bag wrapping meat. Why use paper? You're like, well, it's gonna leak. Growing up, never had plastic bag. Don't
What's going to leak?
the meat, I guess. It's already in a plastic thing.
The only time I ever want them to put any meat I get in plastic is if it's slimy. So meaning that there's some kind of meat juice on there, which means I probably want to keep it separated from other vegetables or something. But when I do that, I'll usually grab the bag that they have in the aisle because it's the much thinner plastic. And I'll put that in there. And I've had that wrapped in there and they've asked me, do you want to put in a bag? I'm like, but it's in a bag.
It's like their knee jerk reaction. But what I'm getting at is when I was a kid, that wasn't even an option. And we didn't freaking die. I mean,
Yeah, but you could say that to the people that survived through the time that soap wasn't a thing.
I think this is different. I'm saying that it's
No,
not
I'm just saying,
necessary.
and a lot of those situations, all it is rolling the dice. And we've gotten to a point in society where our chances of rolling like a snake eyes are pretty low, but it's still a chance. But that's why I do my own preventative thing, and I'll use the much thinner, less resource intensive little baggy thing. But yeah, I don't really get it otherwise.
Meat's generally already in plastic. Fine. You don't need all these plastic bags.
Oh, he's not. He's back to
I
normal.
mean, 2 liters of soda used to be in glass bottles.
Yeah, and aluminum glass is easier to recycle than aluminum.
I'd say aluminum's pretty easy to recycle.
But aluminum doesn't have just pure aluminum. They do a little bit of a lining on the inside.
Yeah.
And it's separation of that. And aluminum can only be recycled so much.
Well, it can be recycled over and over again if you completely melt it down.
Because it's still a mix of stuff.
It's
And-
an element.
But what about the stuff, the labels on the side?
They can all burn off.
No, a lot of those are like engraved. They're not like almost a part of the can, which means now you have to process those cans. And you can burn it off.
You gotta melt them
But
down.
they ask you to crush all the cans, so now you're
Yeah.
melting it. So then, how do you separate everything? And all that process is going to be adding cost.
You burn it all off. That's how you separate it.
But all that adds cost. It's not just like throw it in a vat, got new metal. You have to do a processing for it.
Well, all the slag would float to the top. You skim it off.
If it
Make
does
the
float to the
aluminum.
top, it depends. You don't know how companies are printing their stuff.
I
Some
have to
companies might be
imagine
printing it different.
something weighs more than the other thing, and they're gonna separate. And
Yeah,
it's
they
all
have a method, but the
liquid.
more you do that, the more processing that's involved, the higher the cost, and that means the less. I mean, there's a certain threshold where recycling is only going to be done if it's cheaper than buying new. So as soon as it passes a certain threshold, nobody's going to recycle. They're not going to use recycled material unless they can use it as a advertising type
Well,
thing.
plastic can't be recycled over and over again like aluminum or glass.
Yeah.
That's the problem with plastic. That it has a point where it just will fall apart. Aluminium. And we should start saying aluminium.
Is it caramel or caramel?
Oh, caramel.
Because when I say it, I normally say caramel, but it's way more fun to say caramel
It's caramel.
or petrol instead of gas.
It makes more sense because gas can be applied to a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Takes a fair bit of energy but energy can come from sources. And now, right now, the cheapest form of new. It's made things pretty rapid in that direction.
Why don't we select that as change it to 80? It'd then be 80. Whatever. He's wearing a nice hat.
He is.
You want the stallion to have a nice hat? What would you rather have?
The second.
Michael's horse society is very aggressive. Like, your hat does not fit the government standard. Off with the testicles.
Yes.
Just take it all. But, like, what about that mare over there? She's not wearing a hat at all.
So cute.
Well, now we need to get her a cute little hat.
Yes, give her.
She can wear whatever she wants.
Give her that guy's hat. They're kind of. There was a crap ton of them in San Francisco.
Yeah, but there was a lot of them. I probably saw.
The parking lot across the street.
Well, that was an actual Tesla dealership. Yeah. That's a little different. I saw a meme picture where somebody had a. They said I can't. I guess I don't have to be angry at this guy today. And it was a picture of a Cybertruck, and in the window was a note that said, like, had to bring my car into the dealership, and this is all they had for a loaner. I hate this monstrosity too. And it was like, all right, I'll give him a pass.
Yes. You are a victim of circumstance. Did it crash? Haven't seen that in a while.
It crashed like 3 minutes ago.
Well, I missed that one. Why is it crashing all of a sudden?
It's doing the color overrides. I probably should just do the numbers. When you're doing the little like wheel thing, the color, every time you move it, it's basically constantly overriding the value. It's a lot easier on it if you just type it in. It's just when you have a white as a base, it's really easy to select it from that menu. Other than if you need to move that value to another location, it doesn't quite work as easy. So since I have the values on this, I can probably just put. Oh no, these are percentages. Boo. Can I do math? Nope.
She's just saying, can I do math?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I was wondering if I could just type it in, but it works if you do it in a different value, but not for this apparently.
I hear the gooses, they're all coming back now. And they're like, it's already like freaking 90 up here. Let's keep going north. Like, I wanted it warm, not this warm. But the goose.
I don't think gooses care. They were just from the south.
No, but it was like south in the winter. Pleasant. They come north because they don't want to deal with freaking like south summer. Also, there's more food.
Uh, 0.353. And then the other one is 110 divided by 5. So 0.431. Okay, there they go. Now they match. right, now I'm going to save it. In case this is being goofy again. Okay, so this one to make the brown, we're going to probably do like, let's say, it's going to be darker. There's a bathroom around the corner.
I mean, you can use prunes and drink some coffee. That'll make the.
And I made them blue. Oh, not one.
I think that's a good color, though.
There we go.
Okay.
That's a little bit more yellow than I want. A little too.
It's brown, brown.
It's a little bit too.
Nice kind of purple.
Clear. That's a little bit too red.
Green.
That's green.
That's brown.
That's not too bad. I'm gonna go a little brighter though.
And those styles, darker shades.
Well, I want them darker in this room specifically, because she's already got a dark color, and
she is.
but you can already tell I've had to dumb down the color for coat because when the lights are on, it was just bright white, and it's gonna be the same thing with him.
There's no way I wouldn't be able to hook that horse. She's so cute in her little lab coat, like science thing.
Well, that's what she's doing. She's look at she's over here doing science.
Doing science. I'm sciencing so hard right now.
You better doing the science.
Science and like
She's just doing the
two-
derpy type.
It's the two buttons, like pressing them. Like yes, this is the button.
It's the derpy type, just like thumbed down a lot. Because derpy's a little too excited.
Good typer.
Right, so this needs to be dumbed down as well.
Now he's an edge. Wearing all black. Who does that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so he's there, but really can't see him, which is kind of the intent. I don't want to have anybody that's in here be like, bam, visible. I just moved the camera. Oh, camera 2. What was camera? Did I accidentally make a new camera? You did.
Remove camera.
Figured out now. There is a button, and I remapped it, but it might have been a reset. But there is a button that will create a camera. I believe it's C. Did I reset that? It's stupid. Like having a keyboard shortcut that just acts. No, yeah, it's still there. I thought I deleted this. Having a button that just creates a camera. But it doesn't pop it up on the viewport. It doesn't pop it up in view. It's hidden. So it would be that when the camera's created, so let me see. I'll keep this there. Yeah, that's fine. So like you hit C and it creates this camera there. And if I hit C again and C again, it just keeps creating these cameras, but they're all hidden. So right now I have hidden visible, but otherwise you wouldn't see it. And it's just stupid. Why would I want that? Especially with how close it is to all the other keys. I swear I remember removing that button though, but I made fun of before. There's even like a published video to YouTube and Steam. Why would I want to have a shortcut for that? Like, oh, I'm ready. Good thing I can hit my Control Shift FG F6.
Doesn't say what the percentage of this.
I know.
I did learn. I used to think that was required.
I said barrel aged.
Yeah. In anything.
Almost all barrel aged have a high percentage.
Generally. But it's not as. You can look it up.
Bourbon barrel. Yeah, those are known, tend to be the heavier ones.
SC. Is that?
Oh, I mean, one of the other cameras. Okay. So we got the other horse over here for doing horse sciences. A little loopy. We need to get this guy to be.
What is Cassian Sons? That's cursor, so it's roughly 12%. A little higher. I think they should be required on there.
I think it depends on how the package comes, whether or not they do it. I think it's nice to have it on a can, but
I think it's helpful to have it on. Because if you're drinking a bunch of stuff you think is 5% and it's 15%, you could get in trouble real fast.
well, you should know how you feel. You should be judging how much you're drinking off of how that feeling is going.
Yeah. Slam it back too fast. This is boring.
Why?
Dumb horses. What does he even do? Is that the janitor?
He's meant to be kind of
Pretty
dumb.
sure
He's
the
just
janitor.
he's just in the background.
You're not even a named character. I'm gonna name him, and you gotta name him this. Is Stinky Poop Butt. That's
Well,
his
he's
name.
that's why he's got the suit on. He's covered.
Yeah, he got Poop Butt. I think that's clever.
Stinky
Clever
Poop Butt.
Yeah, it's a clever name for that horse. Stinky
A
Poop
mayor
Butt.
named him that.
No, he was named by his dad. He's like, that's a stinky cow.
So wait, is he the Stinky Poop Butt the second?
Yes.
Or the 14th?
Stinky Poop Butt.
Long line of Stinky
Yeah.
Poop Butts.
Yes. It's a family name. But Dad, why? I was Stinky Poop Butt. Your grandfather was Stinky Poop Butt. And you will carry the name Stinky Poop Butt.
Yes, you're making it sound like he's being named once he's already able to talk and go to school.
He's just asking, why did you name me this?
Well, he probably didn't
This
think it
has
was
to stop.
probably didn't think it was weird until he went to school and the kids made fun of him.
Like I'm changing
It was
my
it's
name.
definitely the CMC.
Yeah. They hit him with rocks. Deservedly, of course. Being that he is a stinky poop butt.
And it's not perfect, but it's close enough. With the lights off and stuff, it's probably gonna be like whatever. I'm gonna make it look like he's kind of looking at a screen or something. So we're gonna just add a new light, and we're gonna have this be green light 1. Gonna be green in Horse World Fallout. Was all the computers of similar thing where they're all green?
I mean, I imagine it's similar to the computers in the show, which there weren't many. I think
I don't think there was any.
No, but I guess you could say it was the same as Fallout then. Because the only thing I remember close to a screen was I mean, they had TVs in Manhattan, but that was dumb. Like Manhattan kind of broke the trope of turn of the century, and it was more like 1950s, 1920s.
Because Ponyville was just a dirt hovel.
Yeah, but it was a cool dirt hovel.
Where the dirt horses lived.
I mean, like
I did a whole video about it.
the early 1900s is the best place to set arcane punk type settings. which is what My Little Pony is. It's arcane punk. Anybody making a My Little Pony G6 who might be in this chat right now, don't you dare forget that at its core, My Little Pony is arcane punk. And if you F it up, I will come over there and be sad because I won't be able to do anything. They won't let me through the door. A lot of a peasant. That's the other thing. If they do start G6, who's going to be the showrunner? That so very much. Like I said, if I was to pick it, Jim Miller. But
Thing is, we don't need to always pull in the same old people.
no, but you should be pulling people who are familiar with the property.
Yeah, but the whole reason that G4 existed was because they didn't pull people familiar with the property.
No, they pulled somebody in who basically spent their entire childhood imagining the world.
Yes. And so why can't we do that again?
Because if they're going to be using G4 characters, they should be pulling from the people who understand that world.
It's like saying, I love the new thing, but once I have the new thing, I don't want it to change.
No, it's like saying if you're going to make Lord of the Rings and you have the ability to bring freaking... Who was the writer of Lord of the Rings? That guy. Back from the dead to direct it. You should definitely do
George
that.
R. R. Martin.
No. How dare you?
I wanted to see if you just go along with it.
Like, there's no getting Lauren Faust back, but get Jim Miller. You can maybe even get Larson, though. I doubt he'd
No.
want to do it.
Again, you're literally just pulling out like all the best names,
saying-
trying to find something.
Yes, the most qualified people. Jim Miller would be the first pick, and then Megan McCarthy.
What if they just pulled all the writers from Paw Patrol?
No,
What's from Paw Patrol?
they need to pull all the right.
Well, they did good. Maybe they'll make something just as good.
They need-
Like Twilight will be the water dog,
Yeah,
and then the big beefy one will be Rainbow Dash, and then they'll go fight
Mhm.
crimes in the city.
as long as Derpy's in
Derpy's the
charge.
commissioner.
Good.
She's the one that picks up
Yes.
the phone and it's never connected to anything. She just goes bah, 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 and
It's one of
then-
those little toy phones with the eyeballs on it.
yeah. She just baps on it a bunch.
So save the city phone.
It's the phone that saves the city.
Yeah, you know who they should pull all the riders off of? Super Kitties.
You just want that because it already includes a lot of horse.
It includes a lot of the horse riding. They want to do Super Kitties. If you've never heard of it, that's okay, because it's proof positive that world building matters. Even if you have good writers, they can't save a bad world.
Realize that the computers here are transparent.
Still transparent, but you can't tell. I think it's more like glass over top of thing.
No, it's if I can't tell,
I can't tell.
no, on a zoom.
I can't. Okay, let's do that fun thing where we check.
Because
if
there
you're-
is a clipping issue here, and this is the only spot that you can see it's an issue. Every other spot, technically, you can see it. Like all those marks are just the dirt behind it, but you could also just call it something else. So, I'm okay with that. I feel like there I put the one warning sign over there. There's one over here, but I feel like there should be more. I think it's good. I think we got enough science. I don't think I'm gonna put any horses over here. I mean, I could.
So I checked.
I'm just going to leave it that this is busy with science and this is busy with horse. And I just wanted to make sure that these two are visible. That's why they're there.
I checked and there's no mixing up beer.
No, I know. I checked their calendar for the year. But they also didn't really say the cream ales they have now either, so.
No, that's a bummer. Still no the best beer.
I'm a little concerned looking at this that I can see the line right here. Because, like, you can let this process, but somewhere in there that line is there, and as this moves, you'll usually kind of start seeing some of those lines, and I want to not have those lines.
You're done?
No, I want to do...
Why are you done, Sunset?
Oh.
Sunset says, and I'm done.
You explode?
You might have exploded.
That's rough.
Oh, you've been assembling a workbench. Okay. I hope you can do lots of work on it.
You're not just sitting at this computer staring intently at the only window, which is us?
Yes.
How dare.
Did you not watch without pause the ponies splashing around in the rainbow goop, making goddesses together? Two Barry White songs.
I think you're trying to say that like they're missing out on something, but when
Yeah.
you say it that way, I think that means something else.
I don't know what you're referring to. They were making goddesses together, being themselves God. Pixie. Ugh. But she gets to be top god.
This is at minimum. And I did decrease the lines. I only saw one there. Now I see two. So that does help. So this one doesn't seem to be moving. Why did this one move? This one's moving. This one though definitely has a higher level, and I really can't do much about that. And the other one. I can go to about there. Now it's too bright though. Only in the volumetric sense. Okay.
My little point.
Now. I'm not seeing it move. But it looks like a lot more detailed. That's good. Okay. And then this one. There, that's good. If it's not moving, it's fine. Because then it might have light and dark areas from the little like transitionary periods, but you don't notice it then. Also, you're going to be assembling a workbench.
No.
Oh, I was building it in frontish of my computer, made for some interesting Tetris maneuvering in the small areas. I only smashed my toe once. Well, I'm gonna have to smash it a few more times then.
You guys might be excited to know this. Might have already known the National Toy Hall of Fame. My Little Pony got in it last year.
Yeah.
But they stole the spot away from Pokemon.
Wait.
Like Pokemon was up for that spot, but they lost to My Little Pony. Take that, Pokemon.
Well, one's a lot older.
Yeah, I think that's probably why one. Also, one is stateside, or the other one's Japan, and the National Hall of Fame is probably also.
Hasbro's paying money within the states
Mm-hmm.
to ensure that their product gets whatever.
National Hall of Fame.
All right. Now that I've changed this lighting, though, you could see this concrete a lot more. And I have pipes going this way. But is there anything I want to do up here? Would having a kind of dark shadowed version or even lit version of the Ministry of Magic's emblem?
Whoa. Find the mystery. Could go above. Oh, Twilight doesn't really strike me as someone who cares too much about branding.
Yeah, but
That'd be Rarity's department. Probably, he's probably allowed. in
It's
this
not as
building,
much-
but only with.
it's not about being realistic in that I'm said okay.
Harry Potter.
It's not about that. It's about I don't
Like
think
that.
this
I don't
is
know.
no. I'm not
It's
putting that
like
on the
that.
wall.
Look at how Gucci
Not
is.
putting it on the
It's
wall.
already-
This was very good. Academy of Sciences. What? Must be from something. I like this one. She's just sad.
That's supposed to be poster.
She's just sad. Somebody made some symbols, but they're not really similar to the ones that I'm
You need to
using.
look up the
That's all of them.
Sparkle Cola advertisement. Oh,
Nope, these are but those are things are based on.
yeah. So look up the Sparkle Cola advertisement.
No,
Look,
might go
no,
with this one.
no,
Of course.
don't think I. You need to find the Sparkle Cola advertisement.
Ooh, look at that. That's pretty cool.
I don't know what that's from.
Like it's the Pegasus armor, maybe.
Nah,
It doesn't
It's
like
armor.
look. It's kind of like trying to be cool armor, but that's not what the
it's not
armor.
in relation to anything.
Ooh, look at this.
She's like, the hot horse is touching
It's
me.
getting hot times. I know that image.
Yeah, that.
Well, there's another one of the
Based off of
the base off of image, which I think a lot of people kind of base it off of that. And that one, that's Piggies.
Yep.
But I'm not seeing like
You type in Sparkle Cola. Law Equestrian. Ad. Good one.
you just want to look at the horse. Look at this one doing.
Type in the one with Fluttershy.
No, are you just making me look up lewd pictures?
No, there it is. Right there. She's got the bunny ears.
Michael, what are you doing?
Nothing. You gotta put that on the wall.
I'm not putting that on the wall.
You got the cool bunny ears though.
Is that all I went here for?
I'm helping.
What about this one, Michael? You drink a juice.
Still got the juice.
Sparkle,
That's like-
spark is all you need. Now then, what carrot flavor?
No, that was actually supposed to be accurate to what was described in the for one of the advertisements that I saw.
Like for the one that I'm using currently, this is closer to what I was thinking.
Yes, that's it. That's it. Where can you find a decent?
Yeah, this is the one I'm using right now for that one.
You could probably go to whatever site that's on.
Yeah, that's what I was
Like,
thinking.
you know, find a good version.
If they did more than one. No, Michael, the coppers of
Lord horse.
it's the anti-smooch squad.
They'll never get me. The smooching must go on.
FOE the line.
He's like freaking Spec Ops the line, or
Look at she's like, of course. She's all bruised up. Pretty good actually drawings and stuff. I like the framing and stuff.
yeah, I think they had an idea going on there based on Spec Ops the line. Yeah, 23 pages.
Oh my god, there's so much, Michael.
Look at that horse. You got Sparkle Hole.
No, why have you done this to
I like
me?
that. Oh,
There's
look
a
at that
butt.
horse. He's just hugging the butt.
Look at this.
This is cool. I like that one. Horse. Fire horse.
I'm wondering if they did it just.
I like the Pip one. How much Fallout?
Yeah, well, normally to me, if somebody starts doing Fallout stuff, they kind
No,
of get
Turpy's
stuck
hurt.
doing it. Oh,
Look,
she's
her
fine.
She's waving flag.
She has a flag.
Well, that's the stardust. I know that one. Wait, go back. There was like
Yeah, that was something else. I think it's Apple
no, I was
Jacks.
looking at
Oh, done.
Murky.
I'm not finding it, Michael.
Of course. You found the Mystery of Arcane. Or Mystery
Wartime.
Wartime. Blackjacks. Pips.
There's the
Well,
one.
there's that was also there. It is.
That's not it.
That's Ministry of Arcane Science.
This is?
Yeah,
No, I was looking for
that's the you use
This.
the same artist. I don't know. I think these are just interpretations.
it's a round symbol. If it's not round, it doesn't really work. I did say this wrong. That could be it. I like that one, but I don't think anybody made like a nice clean version. Look at it, she's doing science.
All right now.
Though technically, the thing that sucks about being the one in charge is that you probably aren't actually doing much science. You're delegating
I think
science.
she tried.
No, she was just about like, let's do this. Well, look at this one. She got like the little
I am
wrenches.
seeing three symbols look the same. So
But I don't think none of it is official. It's
No.
all like,
then you just go with.
you know how that works.
Word.
Somebody's gonna say it's wrong. I like this one. I like this one a lot. Because it kind of looks it has MAS on there for one.
Yeah.
But I do think it says something about wings on there. That's probably why people put the wings, but all they did was put wings in front of her cutie mark, which is kind of like if you were to make your symbol for a company, just your face plastered on there.
Yeah. Mark's powerful. Get a magical bookmark. Find you the rest of your life. And now you want me to get you a beer? One way. What do you want?
I like that the flavor profiles for this are dreamy and creamy because it's a dreamsicle. It's a dreamy, creamy orange. Get me another one of these. Yeah, there is some of the strawberry sours in there too, if you want. Adam Jay bought some, and then he's like, "Hey, look, I found these," and I'm like, "Adam actually has some in there already." He goes, "Well, now I don't feel special."
Why was you?
Yeah, and putting it up on the wall.
I'd say because you already used the symbol from the one artist, just keep using that artist, which is the first image.
I want to see first.
Anyways, I'll go get the beer.
What would you call this? What is... I wonder if I can use this. Oh, I got 100% use that. Use a freaking door lock. As long as it doesn't get too big. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I forgot he made this all spin. All right, well, that makes that much easier. You finish attaching the workbench clamp. Clamp. Okay, so if I were to do that, the little like star thingies, Yeah, they're all upstairs. What? There's some of mine in the fridge though. Up there. Not in the cooler, but there's some in the cooler, but there's some in the fridge too. No, what I could end up doing. Did I just use those ones? Yeah, I probably could. I could probably load a couple of them and then just move the white versions of these around. I think that would work as just making like the separation. But how does this look? Lights off. Okay, well, for one, I think it's a little bright. That's an user bot. I don't know why I did that. Where the folder is though. In that, so it is in just straight awaken. Okay. So this is Pink Star. This is probably, what is yes silent? Self-illuminate. Now, I think it is being hit. By these lights, and it is floating. I think there was one, but that's fine. I put like 7 in there, and I think most of them were drink. Yeah, those ones I thought were okay for a sour. I didn't have any Wednesday, but I had them before. So I forgot if I wanted to put her cutie mark on the wall.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the door?
Technically, it's a cutie mark.
Yeah.
So I could put the wings behind it and have it full 3D and with shadow and everything.
Yeah. You do have that big old door.
It's
My
just,
goodness, that stands out.
well, right now
It's like a Christmas
does.
ornament.
Well, it was like set to glow. It's right now. This back wall ambient is hitting it. I don't need it to hit it though.
It's not as good as the star we put on our tree every. All right.
Did we put a tree up this year?
No. You said you were gonna, but you were too busy to celebrate Horsemas. And it is Horsemas. Because the tree is littered with horses.
Why did?
As it should be. And the star on the top of the tree is a derpy plushie because it's adorable. He's the perfect angel. They heard that shit. No.
Yeah, as soon as Michael said that, the siren started up and it started blaring. Immediate.
They're just like, put that shit away. What does that remind me of? A dessert.
This light is
No,
kinda,
no smooching.
Just
Ruby
frozen
Rose.
strawberries. I mean, no smooching. There was no smooching in that story. There was just horsies on top of a tree.
Okay, so that actually causes the light from the door to spread out a bit more. I think I made it in Uber and then just... Oh no, but I just turned it in Uber. That's what it was. Okay. It didn't have that set up. Now it's fixed. I am being stupid. a little bit more.
I'm kind of disappointed that the new pope wasn't a horse.
But he's
I
Chicago
think
style.
He's Chicago style. It is my understanding, though, he hasn't lived in the United States in like 40 years. But
Well, I like when
Some
the smoke
claim
came
him.
up and there's that pose of holy smoke, there's a pope.
yeah, holy smoke, there's a pope. It was quick.
Adam did say
Compared to
though,
last time.
technically he's Pope Leo, but I like how Adam was like, I didn't think I'd see in my lifetime that it was Pope Bob from Chicago.
Pope Bob. Yes.
But technically,
Changed
when you
his
say
name.
Pope, it's Leo.
Yeah. His name is now Leo. The name he took is.
All right, so this works, I think. I might darken it a little. I'm thinking it might work nice having a light cast on it, but I don't know, we'll see. But the wings are the other thing that is not on here. But
It's just like Air Force Wing.
I'm seeing a couple different versions, sure. But if I'm putting the cutie mark in front of it, it means I need an extraction of the wings from behind it. So
What's
where did they get
the
those?
Wonderbolts symbol look like? Isn't it something similar? As far as the wings are concerned?
Hold on. So SVG,
I don't know what that means.
I think that means it's a
No. Oh yeah.
okay, hold on. I can, but
Hide himself from the world.
I can't remember.
He's turning off all the filters.
It's more of
on
I
DeviantArt.
no, it's because I have to
all filters.
put in my big password.
like all the horse.
Oh, actually, I think it still has my
Big Terps.
Whatever.
She's here. She's in the room. She's not just on the stream, but she's going. She's ran away.
I think an SVG is just a scalable texture, but if it's scalable, that means that everything has to be connected by lines in some way, and that means I might be able to open it with layers. Or maybe not. This is something I can open with Adobe Photoshop.
Man, I only got to eat an apple this morning breakfast because I woke up. Do that a lot.
I don't like
Photos.
rasterize, but yeah, it flattened it. So I don't think I can.
Type in wings and see what comes up. In
Well, this little
source.
top bit is kind of separate. Easy to kind of replicate. I swear I've seen those before.
They're just like Air Force Wing.
No, it's not Wonderbolts. They're fluffy.
Yeah, fluffy wings. Look at Air Force. That was something so.
No.
Kinda older versions. It's cartoon wings. No, I think you've gone further off. There you go.
Those are a little bit more techy.
Oh, perfect. Saw him. Wing logo.
This one?
I mean, one of those,
No.
but that one down there looks like it, like in the middle.
Seeing if I can find an exact match.
I don't know. They're trying to find an exact match.
Well, somebody they got it from somewhere.
They drew it.
Maybe. Not everybody's as resourceful as me.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand that's a little bit sharp and techy. It doesn't have to be exact to me, as long as it's like close enough. Super wings super combo. I like that.
I'm curious if Source just has anything in it that use, because you maintain the three. I don't have that curve.
Yeah, they come down and then there's that little bit of a curve, like the top wings connected to the rest. I could always try a reverse image lookup, and it might come up with the wings portions too, because a lot of these are the ones that are keeping that top wing connected. But they're not really the tech. This is closer to techie, but isn't also fitting it.
I kind of like that one. The wing logo. One in the middle. Wait, that looks exactly like the rocket launch.
No, it's not. Very different. Your idea of the same is very not right.
Very close, I thought.
Oh, that's going to be like the wings for gaining your wings to fly, which is kind of similar to what we're looking for. And technically I could try, based on what's there, kind of recreate it enough, because like you can see it goes down and has a little bit right here, but there's nothing right here, so it probably is all hidden. And all the rest is just based off of shapes that I could continue on forward. But still, it wouldn't be perfect. Plus, this is... Oh, it has Luna's moon behind it.
That makes a lot of sense. Because everything was kind of under...
Which is going to be a little tougher. Recreating this in some way or another to fit in...
Well, it doesn't have to be perfect.
I know, but trying to even get it pretty close is going to be a bit tough.
Like, you just need to put wings behind it.
There's a lot more to it than wings.
I'm not going to see it.
Yeah, but I thought about putting a light up at it.
Oh, okay.
It would be dim, but it would be there. Because like these stars would just be load the same model 6 times and pull the light star out. But getting the rest of it, like this is actually going to be really tough, because trying to get it to match that same angle.
But
yeah,
it's not like this is the official. You can make up your own.
Well, if I had something that could open up SVGs, I could probably remove the layers. Unless when I open this, was there an option to just not rasterize?
Like I think they describe this symbol when he first reaches Ten Pen. Because Ten Pony initially was one of the hubs of the Ministry of Art. Which is why it withstood the blast, because shielding other.
Yeah, it requires me to anti-alias it. Or not anti-alias, but rasterize. And that's the problem. I could toss it in a ChatGPT and see if it can remove the star.
Good.
Probably wouldn't do a good job of it though. Yeah.
Probably not. I know AI well enough to know it needs a lot of descriptors. Thing even. Right.
Yeah, I've had to try to do some stuff with textures and it didn't turn out very good.
Yeah, it's not as simple as some people think, and then sometimes it is. Apparently nothing.
The information that's here, some of it's easily recovered from just mirror. Yeah. I might not bother with this right now. It feels like this is going to be a sinkhole to go down and be down for a while. And I don't know if I want to do that. I think everybody else is using this because this person that made this made the SVG, and in doing so, made it easy for anybody else to use it. And that is why. So I'll like leave this up here, but whether or not I
don't think any of the ministry mayors were in any real good relationships. So,
I mean, no smooching relationships.
no mayor smoking relationships, which is weird. It's Rainbow Dash, but
Well, yeah, but it wasn't official that they like her and Applejack did a thing until later.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
And I think that in at least Fallout Equestria, Applejack's kind of not in Mares.
well, Applejack is just, he's sleeping with families.
She
I
has
feel like
it's your fetish.
I feel like you shouldn't be meeting your special someone at a family reunion. This is exactly where she met him.
We need to figure out how long this second part needs to be.
I think their connecting relative is that uncle she has, that great uncle who wears the later. I can't remember his name. He was fairly prevalent in Full of the Forest, but
Weird Al and William Shatner have gotten more horse than you have.
true. Weird Al married a horse.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And they made horse babies.
Which led to one of the best tweets he ever. Rumors of me having sexual relationships with a horse have been somewhat exaggerated.
Okay. Okay, so essentially, I gotta think about this from like a song perspective, because I wanted to have her kind of pause at one part, so that she be pulled down up to about here, and then when she actually gets pulled in, it's going to be like an instant switch to there.
Fire truck horn.
So that would be, this is about 6.5 seconds.
Like,
Easy.
The way I remember her being pulled into that, she just basically like, got yanked out of her safety by a tendril.
Kind of.
Because
The door was forcibly opened by, and Trixie was standing there in an ethereal form.
Yeah. Her body at that point was already the amalgamation. It just didn't have Twilight.
I'm guessing it hurt a little.
Yeah.
She got melty.
I wonder if anybody's ever done like a artist rendition of this.
You mean the Blob?
The Blob.
I mean, I can do an artist rendition of Twilight as the Blob.
Yeah.
You see, Michael?
Hey,
This is regular, and then this is
no. She's too much yoga.
She needs to be unlocked there. There we go. There, she's the princess now, or the goddess.
I think that's pretty much what the goddess kind of was. At times 4.
It's okay. I can undo it. We're getting there. Okay, I think I've messed up this Rubik's Cube before. Okay. So for this, I wanted to have her pulled from this side originally, but from a reuse the scene perspective, it probably would be best to use it from this perspective and then just remove this whole thing. I don't want to make it look like I'm just copy pasting a shot. I'd rather have it be a little different. This also requires tendrils.
There is actually one official picture of the goddess.
Official?
Like it was in the books.
It wasn't official. That was probably
Like-
drawn by when they did the full arts for all the different chapters. I don't know if it was a commission piece or not though.
Trying to find the
Actually,
one.
now I'm curious. Is K-Cat getting the money on the prince?
There's
I
a
think- I hope so, too.
interesting version.
She's a big
Basically,
old melty bitch.
she's not pretty.
Oh yeah, she's a big old blob.
Yeah, she's a mess. You can kind of see like part of Twilight mixed up. It's pretty graphic. And it is my understanding it speaks in all four of them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Trixie who's going to be.
All right. Question 2. Do I keep her outfit on?
I mean, she's on official business, so yes.
Okay. One thing that's going to bug me about this is technically it talks about like creases under the eyes and how they look a little older.
I wouldn't bother.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be worth it.
I mean,
So-
look at Rainbow Dash's parents. Like, they still look young, and they're in their 40s.
I know, but they've had a hard life, a hard knock life.
They got fur. Can't see wrinkles through fur.
Then what about Granny?
She is all wrinkled.
She
She
is-
past the breaking point.
she went too far.
Like, I should have been dead 5 years ago.
I did die 5 years ago.
These children keep bringing me back with their voodoo magic.
They just keep feeding the corpse, and the corpse keeps moving.
Only sacrifices left and right. Just give me another year.
So it's a little hard to say the clipboards just be up here. I probably need to show that this place has been heavily damaged because it was nuked.
Yeah. When you're doing the, like,
That is what I'm doing right
the
now.
vat should be all knocked over.
This is gonna be gone. I'm just removing it. I want to have it where I'm reusing this set, but I don't want to have it be the exact same. So I'm removing the wall display from this. So this is gone. The wall pipes will stay.
It was nuked, but the building wasn't. Why is there one? I think they said half the building. Maybe it was kind of.
It was built to take a nuke, so and it's a beefy thing.
The bunker.
It's
Yeah,
basically what's the name of the Cheyenne Mountain complex?
Yeah.
That's supposed to be an anti-nuke one.
Taking a direct hit, though, even though bunker's gonna have the heart.
Okay, I think it's all literally. Oh, it's just back walls. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, and then
I do remember her by the time Trixie gets to her. She's basically on the verge of, like, dying from dehydration. Because it was a safe room, but it was not a stocked safe.
yeah, which doesn't make any sense. If it's going to be bomb proof,
I think the idea is you would hide in there when the bomb fell, but then come out after the danger passed. They weren't thinking about radiation or taint spreading everywhere. I guess you call it imp. They were not prepared for the balefire, but they were prepared for like normal. I think she had her pip buck on her, then she made some like past recordings.
Well, some certain computers might have still been working.
I think she had pip.
I'm assuming this place is a bunker, that it doesn't have windows.
I wouldn't think so. I don't think they'd want people looking in as much as not important for people to look out.
It's not a bunker if you have windows.
Not that anyone was like allowed anywhere near this facility who wasn't supposed to be. And they kept having problems with diamond dogs on the peripheral.
In the perimeter.
Yeah. As they dug around the area. Well, she turned any pony. The four of them made up the goddess, but other ponies dragged into vats were turned into alicorns. Which honestly is probably a better fate, other than your personality's erased. At least you're still pretty.
I mean, other
The
than you
goddess
just
was not
cease to
pretty.
exist.
Yeah, but at least you're hot. Isn't that what really matters?
Did Pip say they were hot?
Yes, I think she did. It's like beautiful, sexy, female alicorns everywhere.
The dream.
The dream. I think the further away they got from the goddess, the more like individual personality would come out of them.
No
But
smooching.
next to the goddess, they were essentially.
Hello, Nolan. How was the time away from home?
Who let you leave the house?
Who let you come back home?
Yes.
She appears before Twilight as a hologram. Her mouth moves, but no sound comes out. Zenith red lips. Yeah, because you're just beaming it into her mind.
Yeah. It was, yeah, Trixie by that point was already a weird blob monster. He was just tacking on forces she thought could make her more powerful.
It just took her a few days to figure out what the hell she was.
Yeah, well, it took her like, I think it was 3 days before she got to Twilight. And she's like, do not be afraid, Twilight. We will become something greater. Twilight was like, no, fuck off.
How about you?
And she didn't get a choice.
Okay, well, let's see what other pipes we have. There's those ones, but I think I'm already using... No, I'm using blue ones. And these ones work, but they're not connected to
It's
anything.
definitely Black Mesa. I recognize those pipes.
I have some of these ones I've used, which are just like the mass ones that are nice because they just all slam into a wall. But let's hoping for some other types of pipes. Like those are good, except for they're on a corner.
Those
That
are like
would be good. I want something that it comes into and out of the same flat wall. Like these are nice if you want to build your own, but that sounds like a ton of work. Those are good, but there's no
Apples, apples,
spot to
apples.
put it into a wall.
I
Apples,
think
apples.
she was probably calling out for Spike instinctually, which is what pisses me off about Little Pip's decision not to tell Spike about Twilight until like the very end, when she does finally tell him. But then it also includes, "I killed her."
For the
And-
greater good.
Yeah, but at that point, like, Spike deserved to know when she found out. And there's a point in the book where she's about to tell him, but she decides to keep it to herself.
That's really fair.
He deserved to know. Good or bad, he deserved to know.
That's super fair. That's like very large setup though. I'd have to like redo things to that one.
I don't know if it was ever, I don't even remember her screaming a name, but it would have either been Spike or Trick.
Oh, she was screaming Trixie's name.
She was either pleading with Trixie or calling out for the one person she considered family.
Well, you already showed the what happened, so it definitely was calling it Trixie. She was throwing the
Yes.
money.
It was.
Pipes.
What gets me is, even though she became part of the goddess, she must have hid the existence of the Gardens of Equestria from Trixie, which would have taken a lot of willpower to keep her out of that part of her mind.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Twilight is probably the stronger of them. Just Trixie has the larger influence when it comes to like specifically that whatever, but I don't think it allows her to just suddenly enter Twilight's mind.
I think it basically came down to, I can't remember if it was the original Project Horizon who explained it.
It's definitely Project Horizons.
It was
'cause I remember
definitely
it wasn't
Project
in the other.
Horizons that Twilight simply had given up to a certain degree. Like, she could have powered Trixie, but she just kind of blamed herself for a lot of what happened. So she let Trixie just kind of run things. Like, she definitely shared with Trixie her knowledge of like how to make out. But as far as the Gardens of Equestria were concerned, she kept that away from her. Trixie needed Twilight. New things that Trixie needed. Because in Trixie's mind, she was going to fix the world.
Everybody in there, and I mean in the original Fallout 2, has their own way of fixing things.
Yeah.
And that ends up being that because they all have their own way of doing it, they're all causing problems, preventing it from working.
Well, Little Pip even considered a lot of what she did as corrupted. Like, she would do things, but like some messed up dead. Which is why Spike said she wasn't one of the. Couldn't be. He was kind, but it was a corrupted kindness. But you know who was one of the elements?
Your mom.
Derpy.
No,
Wrong.
I wasn't done guessing.
It was Derpy. Derpy was one.
Velvet.
Velvet was one. Homage was one.
Look how convenient it is
Calamity
that
was
all the
one.
new elements are all people that Pip ran into.
Pip was not one.
I know, but Pip is the one that brought them all together.
Yeah, because that's what Spike kind of set her out to do. Turned out Pip's role was more Princess of Equestria.
Yeah, no, she's in charge. She's a alicorn, kind of, sort of.
She's an alicorn right up to not having wings. But yeah, she's essentially an alicorn.
I don't like those pipes. So I need to fill this wall with things. But not just pipes. Like, what's things that would be on a wall of like a giant room like that? Like ventilation?
Like maybe like ventilation fans.
A lot of these are going to be stuff you put on a roof.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping to find like, well, actually ductwork.
Yeah, and it'd be very industrial because Twilight wouldn't care past its practical application.
Looking for like a long streak. Oh, that's pretty decent. Because for the most part, this is just going to be the wall. I can probably bring the wall and stuff in. Yeah, do that. There's a bunch of stuff back here I can get rid of. Some of the pipes? Because these pipes I don't need. And these pipes looks like they're not needed. Okay. Yeah, because having it closer to the wall, because otherwise I have to make things like even bigger. Like those are already kind of too big. But I can probably get away with that. I don't think the camera's going to be over there.
It says there were only 6 vats in the room.
6 vats?
There were only 6 vats, and then when the building collapsed, 2 of the 6 vats ruptured. If you want to get specific, there should only be 6 vats.
That's straight from the story?
It's from the Fallout wiki.
So is that from Fallout Equestria or from a mix of other stories?
This is from the Fallout Equestria.
Yeah, but Fallout Equestria is a whole everything.
This is the Facebook.
Okay.
It says there's only 6 vats, and then when the facility collapsed, 2 of the 6 vats ruptured.
Which means I can use this shot still. But no, I can't.
You can't. You just make a couple of the vats. The one's not closest to the cap.
No, because then that ruins a lot of stuff.
Well, you can keep them. I'm just saying what the story said.
Well, for one, why should you use giant vats? Just use separate containers. Because technically, okay, yeah, there's more than 6 visible.
You can just make the ones on the peripheral.
No, because then I had to fill them with something. I had to fill that space. It's just gonna now be a big empty space.
You can just leave them.
Yeah, I know I've read that stuff like a bunch, but I never really yeah, there. That is the one thing, Michael. The interconnected vats full of churning luminescent stews that ripple with lavender and green beneath glass covering.
Yeah.
That's not rainbow.
The taint was right.
Okay, yeah, the taint is rainbow, but they're saying the vats.
They would mix them,
Yes.
and they would have different vats, but the actual stuff they would use would be a mix of each stuff
In a glass that they would drink.
Yeah.
Why am I putting a rainbow in a vat? Remember when I said that it was an individual color and you fought adamantly that I was wrong?
I mean, they might be individual colors.
They are.
Yeah.
And now I had to go back and redo it.
I'm learning.
I told you, and you told me I was wrong.
You weren't sure either.
You said it. That's why I was asking, and you gave me the answer.
Taint was rainbow.
Yes, and you said that was taint.
It is. After
No, it is not.
That stuff mixed together is taint. They would mix.
No, you said the stuff in the vat was taint. I have it recorded.
Yes, and it is.
No.
Kinda.
No. Done.
If you mix the stuff between the vats into a single container, that's taint.
That is not what you said before.
That is what I've come to understand.
Damn it, Michael. We spent a whole stream trying to make rainbow colors because you said it was
need
rainbow.
a rainbow color thumb.
No, I don't.
For the actual mixture.
No, there's no going to be no mixture. I'm not showing her drinking anything.
Yeah.
So yes, I didn't need it at all.
You didn't. I'm so sorry.
If you're going to give me information, be very sure about it. Before I spend 4 hours doing
taint was rainbow, and this is Taint.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's like, okay, I know that is, but sandwiches contain cheese and meat. Hope that helps. No, that has nothing to do with the topic at hand. Okay, well, I got to redo this. So I think I might have to get rid of the second shot because we're going to have to copy paste everything over differently. We're redoing it for the third time. Okay. If they're huge vats, that means that these need to be bigger. Okay.
The only variable is dosage. Wise Sparkle said the experimental dose.
Saying anything new now is not going to change anything.
It's about getting it right this time, I guess.
This time?
This time, because you're gonna get angry at me if it's not.
Well, because I don't trust anything you say because you've already lied to me.
I didn't lie to you. I misunderstood.
Yes, but you didn't say it as this is what I think. You said this is what it is.
I said taint is that, and this is taint mixed together.
No, it's no. Now you're adding context.
Yes, the context is that this is taint once it's mixed. And
It's
they mix
you
it.
said this was taint. That's like saying this is Coke when you're looking at a vat of water.
No,
You're saying
that is
because if you
not.
mix all the things together, it's Coke.
Yes. The experimental dose amounted to a cup full of purple and green liquid.
Because I remember, yeah, because Sunset said that and you ignored him last time.
Because I couldn't find it in the chapter he was describing.
I'm in the wrong shot.
I looked. I didn't ignore him.
I know
couldn't
that
find
exact
it.
chapter because I have it marked in my book upstairs with a little like bookmark. To be fair, Argo, this is an example of the Mandela effect. Fan sites describe the vat's contents as rainbow taint. Fans sites, but that's why I've said I'd want from the book.
Taint is rainbow, but it's all of these facts mixed together that she threw out. It was basically like she.
Yeah, because she just threw it all into one big mixture, but that is
Yes.
not. That is correlation. You're just saying because it was thrown out as rainbow that they contained rainbow. You made an implication.
Yes. They couldn't find a good description of imp. Imp is the chemicals separated. Taint is chemicals mixed in a random order.
This is. And
6 facts.
apparently these
Two of
two
the
got
6
copied.
fats storing experimental from ruptured and mixed on the facility floor. Third was crushed by the cat paw. Pixie was plunging her into its.
Okay, if we make them big. They're uneven. Let me get these spaced right. It's going to be a little tough.
Okay, I did find the answer to your question, Sunset. It does say Twilight at intact vat pulled her under in her last breath. Twilight screamed a name. Unheard by the recorders, the little Pip would later find or lied to Spike at Twilight's final moments with the how that she had died protecting other ponies. Hold on. It was like a thing. Yeah, Twilight lied to Spike. It doesn't say whose name she, but I would guess it was Spike's, but the recorders didn't catch.
Maybe it was Michael.
Maybe she cries my. But yeah, it always pissed me off that she lied to. Like, why'd you do that? That's corrupted kind. That's the corrupted kindness.
Yeah, and that's why she was called that.
Yeah, he's corrupted kindness. It's like, I'm being nice by not telling him the truth, and it's like, no,
you're being nice to save the world, or not, or being nice to the world, not to the individual.
yeah, you should have told him. So 3 of the vats ruptured, with one of them being the one Trixie fell into.
I'm going to put them like this, though I would think that technically in the actual whatever, they're probably much more spaced out.
Because they describe taint fairly often, and they point out that this stuff is where taint.
They describe
originates.
taint because taint is what you see in the aftermath of everything. This is
Yes.
the before aftermath.
But they always say this is where taint came from. is
Yeah,
these
it came
6
from-
vats.
Yes, the 6 vats, not from an individual vat, the vats.
Yes,
And 6. How many colors are there, Michael?
6 colors in total. Yeah, they make a rainbow.
Yeah, which is what the liquid is. How about you want to bet that's because each one has a color of the rainbow?
Yeah, rainbow.
Because they say about green and purple, but that could just be because that's the ones that they're actually seeing in that moment.
Yeah. Well, that was the experimental that they were just using. I'm guessing it took a while to actually get the place fixed up again, enough to actually start making out. But with Twilight's knowledge and the 2 sisters, I'm pretty sure they managed it.
This does block a little bit of the lighting on this side a bit more, which focuses the lighting to between them only, which I do prefer. Oh, I haven't backed this up enough.
You call up Kate. Ask them.
I've asked them a few questions before,
Yeah.
and it was helpful,
Mhm.
but I don't want to
Oh,
always rely on
they're
just
not
like.
doing anything.
If I can tell, it's just playing V Rising,
Yeah.
which they had a big update recently, and I kind of want to go back and play it again. I really wish we could get a bunch of people to play it, but it's just hard at scheduling.
The vampire game.
It's on 1.0 now, and now
I've
they
not
had
played it.
But the cool thing about it is I can run it off the server.
Yeah.
So I can have it run the server 24/7, and anybody can pop in and out. And then like technically, I think it's still running. But I think this whole time, like my house is still over there. But
Mhm.
yeah, it's V Rising is a great game.
It looks fun. It reminds me a little bit of Legacy of Kain. Back in the olden days. It was the top down. Legacy of Kain was such a good. Talking about the very first one. I know they made some sequels, but I never got into them. Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen.
Okay. With how these are spaced out, I can't actually move this any closer. That is the closest I can make that catwalk. I mean, I could put them all in a row, but then that makes the back visibility a little tougher, and so I don't want to bother with that. I could. Well, it's the wording that they have about the glass top that I'm a little bit more like, also like, how do we do that?
Wait.
But there's really no other vat to work from.
Oh, did I have a voice impression that I completely missed?
Yeah, 20 minutes ago.
Where? You gotta scroll up.
Right here.
Oh, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Diddly dee dee, here they are. Standing in a row.
They don't even know the context of him
Big
doing
ones,
that anymore.
small ones, ones as big as your head. Well, the song I know is what was in The Lion King. I've never heard the whole thing, Nolan. Coconut.
So is it safe to make the implication that each of those is filled with a one color of the rainbow?
Rainbow Dash is main colored, yes.
I mean, I would say all the colors of the American or traditional Western rainbow.
Yeah. Because, I mean, when they mix it together, it's rainbow.
Well, if you mix at least enough things across the light spectrum,
Yeah.
so that technically all the liquid's not quite mixing together, makes me think it has a lot of preservatives or something. Hello, Wobble. Sending Derpy Butt to charge Michael.
Yes.
Is it like plugging in his USB cable?
This is how the wobbles. Let's look the derpy wobbles.
All right, if because my thought was I could add like just to try to give a little bit of extra funness, I guess, and do light, turn off volume, shadow, turn on volumetrics, go to Gobo, ring, grab the one that comes up of user, this one, just to kind of create something with the color, I guess.
Yeah, they have a separate section here of all the stuff that's related to Project Horizon.
Yeah,
That's
I thought I remember
useful.
seeing that in the wiki. And the wiki should be sort of accurate because I know, what's their face? Exploding Colon for doing Australia has said before I can't even remember everything from their own story, and so they end up referencing the wiki to try to figure out the specifics.
Yeah. Decided against the overhead catwalk, or just working on other parts.
I can't do the overhead catwalk.
Trixie does fall into one. That's when she's standing on the catwalk. I know that, but that
No, she could do it from an angle. If I do any catwalks over this, it's just going to be right in front of her. I can maybe kind of do it like if it's really right here, right in front of the camera. But I wouldn't be able to do one at this level because it would be right in front of it. Which means if I do that, I would have to completely tear this down to complete nothing and redo it from scratch.
I'm just sitting here.
So, I mean, like, do you want me to throw this out?
No, I don't.
Because I spent like way too much time just redoing things.
I'm sorry. supposed to be green and
And I told you it was. I said, I remember it talking about like green and blue or something. And you're like, no.
They brought it up in chat, but I couldn't find the reference to it.
Oh, now you're blaming chat. Ah.
I'm saying I'm sorry.
And it's your guys' fault. I see what he's doing here. Why is this not? Oh. There we go.
Watch the derpy bud. Look at it shake.
Set against the overhead catwalk or just yeah. Well, I had to redo some bits, but I might be able to make it fit, but I have to make it so that it doesn't interfere with the ability to see anything else.
I mean, you're not going to be showing Trixie falling into that anyway. I don't
Yeah,
think.
but lore.
Yeah. Well, I like that. Showing the different colors bleeding through.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Just let it process to see how it would look. Because right now it's not quite centered.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of off. It's like it's got a seal, kinda.
I think,
But then I put noise at maximum, so it should kind of shift and move a little.
like, little Pip got so lucky, I remember in the book, because she just kind of became almost Alicorn, whereas, like, I think one of the Enclave commanders or something got a dose more directly than she did, and basically just mutated into, like, a half monster creature who then died. Like an abominate. It was a very... Twilight was basically trying to make something happen. That if she got the measurements even a little bit off, it wouldn't have gone well. And given that Trixie was test subject number 1, it probably really wouldn't have gone well for her either. Given that it took much longer for Twilight to get the goddess, I guess, to get the dosage right.
Well, it ended up working because she turned into a goddess.
Eventually. Well, she turned into the goddess, but making alicorns, that took longer. Probably for 100 years. Trixie would have had a bad time.
I guess they did have her. She wasn't a part of the wasteland for like a long time.
Yeah. It's just inside the facility trying to figure out.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Big derp. You did get it eventually. Like that screen.
But even then, Trixie didn't die in the process. She just modified her own dosage.
She didn't. Her dosage was falling into a vat. She just got lucky she didn't die. I mean, lucky in hard quotations. You're still a freaking
Listen to
monster.
Thanks, taint chocolate pudding. Yes.
Like the unstable alicorn potion, Derpy. Lick it. She gonna
Yeah,
become a
crashed right when I
princess?
summoned Derpy to lick the tanks. I saved it right beforehand because I know when I start playing with Bilbo Lights, it's just asking for problems.
And she licked the things. She became the most powerful of princesses and crashed the stream, or crashed the. That's G6. What chat? Now that G6 looks like it is going to come out, because I believe so. There's been
well,
hints.
you've also believed that Fallout 3 was, or Half-Life 3 was going to be a thing.
It's gonna be in the summer.
And then you're always just depressed.
No. G6 is right around the corner. I can feel it in my bones. What do you guys want in G6? Tell me, is it Princess Derpy? Because I think Princess Derpy is a very good idea.
I still think that what I would like to see is my favorite idea for like a continuation of anything, because it, unless they retcon G5 completely, is I just want to see the CMC be the main characters, grown up, traveling city to city, trying to help other people get their cutie marks. And so you still have references to the old group and bringing them in, but you're allowed to bring in lots of new people as well, with a central focus on characters throughout the entire series that you already know and love.
So like 10 years has passed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's new locations, central focus on things you already know, but also providing a lot of new context and world building, providing locations that you might not have seen before. They can spend multiple episodes in one area or whatever. No stupid table telling them where to go. It's their own intuition.
What
going
was you
there.
like the table?
Well, the table was a MacGuffin. It was just forcing you to go to a direction with no real reason, where I think it should be them going there and observing and finding the problem.
Yeah.
But that was the whole thing, was them building up to be problem solvers and like helpers, and then they never got the opportunity to really do it.
We just need the G5 stuff to happen, where they are basically fighting for their lives and it's just death and destruction. Because
Yeah, that'll happen.
if you dig into the lore of G5, it gets dark. It gets so dark. Like, so many ponies died.
What color should this one be?
Well, the two ones you have to have are purple and green. They bring those up specifically.
Yeah, but I'm probably gonna make them opposite. I'm probably gonna put them across from each other. So if that one's green,
you can do a red one.
this one would have to be.
You just
No, it has to be yellow.
You look at Rainbow Dash's hair, and
It has to be yellow because I want to balance out the colors. I don't want to put both the blue types on one side. I'm gonna put opposites.
So it's red, orange, yellow, green, blue. I'm not kidding. I legitimately think G6 is in the works. For a while there, I thought it was pretty unlikely, but now I'm thinking it's more likely. I'm seeing things, hearing things. And we need death and destruction.
Cheers, man.
Lead up to G5, where in a move of
This
desperation,
is my last booze.
they
No
make
booze.
the crystals.
There, we got yellow.
I don't know what I'd really want, other than cast to get.
I know what you want to see from G6. Exactly.
Yeah.
Horse.
Yes. They're all.
That's all you care about, is as long as there's horse.
Yes, and they're all gay now. They're all some.
All those gay stallions.
They die.
Well, no, Michael, that's a
Episode
good
1.
thing.
Is it?
Yeah, because if all the stallions are smooching, it frees up all the mares to smooch.
Yeah, that's true.
So you see, Michael wants stallions to smooch each other.
Spike Shoe.
You heard it
knows.
here.
Spike Shoe knows. Spike Shoe knows that.
No, you
G6
you
is
just
coming.
said. I heard it. You want stallions to smooch.
Yeah, I want them to die.
No, you want them to make big smooch.
At least. No, Spike Shoe, I was talking to him in the other chat. He knows why I think G6 is right around the corner.
Yeah, stallions are cute. See, even you
No,
like
that was,
look at
that was under duress.
Yes, but it's still admissible in
And I see
force
why
court.
you memorized that quote.
I memorized it. 369. It's nice and easy.
Stand
They're
in
literally
line.
3 plus 3 plus 3.
It's also the song.
Huh?
369, stand in line. Hold on, baby, give it to me one more time.
Oh.
That song?
What are you trying? What are you doing with these horses?
No, he's not cultured enough. The green bat?
I wanted to put them opposite each other.
Mm-hmm.
If I keep this, it adds a little bit more like color to the shot than I would want, but I think what I can always do in the end is, instead of making these like super bright vibrant colors, like blue is already kind of interpreted by the human brain to be closer to black, so this one already looks dark where these two look very bright. I could probably just dumb down the brightness of everything but the blue to try to offset it. I've had to do that on a lot of those before, by balancing off those brightnesses.
Spike, it's about the figurine and the fact that Andrea Littman kind of didn't let anything slip, other than she's like, I'm working on a character you guys are all familiar with, and I think you're going to be excited, but I can't tell you because I'm under non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, and then they'll cancel it.
Maybe. Hope not.
I mean, we are in the culture where everything just gets canceled.
Is that right?
Yeah, aren't we?
No.
But usually they just do it silently or very loud. But yeah, we've had so many things that are good things just canceled
That was
before
Warner.
they've gotten anywhere.
That was just Warner being.
I know, but it's other studios doing it. It's a big thing. I know. We're in a poor economy.
Yeah. Yeah, she was at Babs and she basically was like, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. I can't say anything, but hint, hint.
But I'm saying something right now.
Yes. I'm not saying anything loudly. So, high hopes. And then, yeah, the toy very much being like
A what?
yes, a 3D graphic of Rainbow Dash, which is an art style on official product that I have not seen.
But like I told Michael, it's probably just them asking an AI to make a Rainbow Dash, and it came up with a 3D version, and they're like, well, that looks good.
I hope not. I hope that's not the case. I like to think that's like leaked art.
Okay. Dumbing down the brightness a little bit did help. It doesn't look so crazy now. The problem with the ring light that I use is that the ring light is all coming from above, so it's not actually hitting these edges, which is also what should be lit for something like this. But there's really no way to do that with the way that Source does lighting.
The last two colors are blue and orange.
Huh?
Blue and orange are the last.
That is blue.
Oh, I thought that was purple.
Oh, it's blue.
We need purple and orange.
Well, they're not in the shot though.
Very well.
The VATs are back there just for context for like future whatever, but and that's it. Like I said, if I want to keep it, I'm gonna try this. This
Spike Chew, after I got yelled at, they're not rainbow. They're each individual colors of the rainbow.
well, no, you're saying it again.
What?
We're making an assumption that it's each color of the rainbow. Nothing in the book states specifically that they're each color.
When it's mixed together, it becomes taint, and taint is rainbow.
Yes, but you could mix R, G, and B and make a rainbow.
I was making.
See, no, but
That
no,
seems
but
like a
I'm saying
stretch.
because of that, you cannot say this is the way it is because we do not know. We have confirmation that there's 6 large vats. I had 18, and that there is 2 that are of unique individual colors. So the assumption is if there's 6 vats, there generally in terms of Western culture, it is a 6-color system for a rainbow. So that would make sense that there would be 6 vats, 1 for each color. So that's why we're doing that. It is not written, but it is a decent assumption to make.
It's like assuming that little cheat Pinkie Pie's kid. It isn't stated, but writing's on the wall.
So the other vat, I have to redo because it's not supposed to be rainbow anymore. Though it doesn't say what color vat she gets pulled into either. So, what instead you'd have to do is you'd have to go through that writing and figure out which vats fell over and which ones are still standing.
Yeah, it just said 2 were destroyed.
Yes, which ones? Did they say which ones? But rainbow could be a generalization of more than 2 colors. Kind of. It depends.
Taint was always implied to just be the stuff that the Ministry of Arcane Science threw away.
So if you were to mix red and yellow, nobody's going to call that a rainbow. If you mix like green and blue, nobody's going to call that a rainbow. If you were to mix like blue and or like, I can't really think of any colors you could mix that somebody would call a rainbow. You would have to have at least a third color in there, because then you would have a weird mix of colors, where anything else, you're just kind of changing, you're creating a gradient between the 2 colors.
Yeah, Twilight straight up said, like, as far as Trixie concerned, the experimental dose amounted to a colorful. Twilight was uncertain how much liquid was needed to achieve the desired effects. However, he decided that with luck, we'll get it right the first time. She was basically crossing her fingers, like, hope you don't turn into a blob on the first try.
Well, but she wasn't going to turn into a blob. She could have had, like, it could have been that in the vat she was killed, but then because she was exposed to so much, it prevented her from, her body continued to live on.
Yeah.
So whatever. But if she had drank something, it could have caused like respiratory or heart failure. It could have been that amount was not enough for the extreme amount of magic to sustain her after death or something. You never know. There's a lot of different ways to go about any of it.
I think I'll have to dig into if they describe which colors, because here it just says 2 of the 6 vats storing the experimental fluids ruptured, and then a third was crushed by the catwalk Trixie was standing on.
If they don't say the colors, then that's fine.
Yeah,
It's just having that confirmation is good. Well, the alicorns produced by the goddess are like blue, green, and purple, I believe. So only 3 of the vats were knocked open. I'd assume it'd be those colors. No, it's the colors of the horses that got pulled in.
Yeah.
So the purple ones are Twilight. The green ones are Gestalt and Mosaic, which are these ones, these 2 right here. And then the blue one is Trixie. It's just based on the color of the horses. And those color of those horses the green ones can only use telepathy. The blue ones can only use invisibility, and the purple can only use teleportation, because that is what their specialties were, not the color of the liquid they got pulled in. We're just making an assumption on the colors that if there is going to be individual colors and there is 6 vats, it would make sense that if there's a rainbow, that all 6 colors are mixed in, because in the horse universe, individual colors are kind of a thing, like not just as like a color, but actually physical entity. So this could be like in the background Rainbow Factory.
Also, we know that the stuff being discarded from the facility was rainbow.
Yeah. And if they were just throwing everything out together and didn't really care, which sounds immensely dangerous.
Yes,
it would be, well, I wouldn't say it would be rainbow, but if it would do what do they call it, an emulsion?
Yeah.
Because if things don't mix, if they're an emulsion, it would be all the liquids are separate but mixed together.
Yes.
They're not. They're making blobs of each other in small blobs.
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically a Rainbow Factory. They've been grinding up children.
They do that.
for the sake of our children's future. So I don't know if I'm going to keep the lights on them. I'm not sure. I like it, but at the same time, it feels a little much. If I personally, I'd rather just do blue on all of them, but I know that that's not going to work either. So, all right. Well, okay. But now before I get to the next shot, I have to redo the vats now. The other vat, which is going to be the one that's going to take the longest. It has to be the second vat. I can't use one of the first vats because I need distance to have her pulled. Well, no. I was going to use this as the back. So I could use this vat. But I think that the way I did these, I swear that I like these whole like, oh, okay. But then if I use it from exactly this angle, then this thing has to stay. And if I do that, then I have to really build a very different thing for destruction. Okay, well this is getting tossed. I built that whole thing to remove this, but now if there's only 6 vats, I can't change. Before I could be like, oh, if there's multiple vats, lots and lots of vats, you could just say that this is a different angle of the same room that's a completely different wall. Now if there's only 6, I can't. It has to be from the same angle because otherwise it doesn't make sense. So, husband of transparent. Can you put the model's texture map, make it transparent? This just doesn't exist. There's nothing in here. SFM doesn't do windows very well.
It struggles.
There's no, because the normal window is about providing a reflection of something from it, or a reflection of the thing that's inside of it. It doesn't really do that. There's no reflection. Instead, you use environment maps, and environment maps are about creating a false reflection, but those false reflections tend to show something, and if it's not what's in the room, then that's kind of off. You could create a slightly opaque surface, which then you can see there's glass, but not everything behind it is going to be darker. So it's not an easy thing to do. I was gonna say I have 8 tanks, but no, there's only that amount. Tank 1. Wish I could kind of do like what do you call it? Like Photoshop, where I can make something semi-transparent. I mean, I guess I kind of can, just to match it up exactly. Well, hello, Ginger.
Charge! Ah!
Did Ginger iron get off the periodic table? I don't know if he's iron. Not sure on CR. I was just playing a game not long ago that was at a periodic table, and it says in my head.
I know which one that is.
Hmm?
I know which game that was.
What? Oh, the game.
Anyway.
So that puzzle was actually really stupid.
I mean, you say welcome to the House of Nonsense and Ponies, but I don't think this stream. I think it could be more bone.
Okay, Michael, provide me the correct number.
Yeah.
So 0.
More ponies.
No, 0 is, well, actually 0 is not a number.
Well,
No, zero's not a number.
In Kelvin, it is.
No.
I mean, no.
In terms of like numbering, 0 is not a number. It's a lack of a number. It's in a number scale. It is a convenient and useful tool.
No.
But it's not a number.
0 Kelvin can be converted into other forms of temperature, and therefore it has a value.
No, well, yeah, but you don't have to use Kelvin. Any point on any scale can have a 0, but I don't believe it's actually a number.
Convert 0 Kelvin to any other temperature measurement.
But 0 Kelvin doesn't exist.
Yes, it does.
Nothing can be 0 Kelvin.
Yeah.
No. Because that is a complete lack of energy. Nothing, then it means that nothing could ever leave it or happen to it. It can be minusculely close, but you can't have 0 Kelvin. That would be, there has to be some energy, even if it's
about 0 Celsius then.
0 Celsius, sure.
It's 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Why are you using temperature? I'm saying any number scale can have a 0.
I'm saying 0 can have a value.
But it's not a number.
Then it doesn't have a value.
We use it. It's a 0 is a number. It used to not be considered a number. That was hundreds of years ago. Well, I'm still there.
Hundreds of years ago.
No, it's not a number.
0 can represent.
It can represent things.
Value.
I'm just saying it's not, but a number. No.
Sure. If you take 0 Celsius, that's 32 degrees Fahrenheit. If you divide 32 by 32 is 1. So by that reasoning, 0 divided by 0 is 1.
No, 0 by 0 is
1.
No.
Yes.
No, 0 divided by 0 is NA. I use Excel, bitch. It's error.
You're 1.
Indeterminate. Yeah, see? Because they're not numbers.
They are. They represent 0. 0 represents 32 in Fahrenheit.
Fight. But I don't know why you're like, why you have to use temperature.
Because in that context, 0 represents a value.
Actually, in this exact use, I can probably use the destroyed one.
0 divided by 0 equals I'm still
No,
broke.
I can't. Yeah. Whether you divide it by 0, multiply it by 0, it doesn't matter. That's my bank account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we spent all this time making this really cool liquid.
If you ever need to do tank, go.
So this, if we're pulling into this vat, that means she's being pulled into blue liquid.
Sure.
Which out of any of the colors is the one I want, because it looks dark and ominous. Well, all the others, no matter what I do, is like, so if you want to make something kind of lit and bright, you need to involve a little bit of white with it. Blue still looks ominous and creepy and everything. But if you make it red with a little bit of light, now it's just pink. If you make it green, now it's just going to be, it just starts making all the colors pop up. Blue, especially with Twilight, is going to still look creepy. And I like that.
Imagine whichever vat it is, it's the one they all got. Or I guess Trixie fell into it.
Well, yeah, because it's the smooch one.
No, smooch in there, making goddesses. I already animated this whole thing. And
No, because it was in the rainbow one.
Yeah,
You were throwing them in the radioactive waste.
it worked out. It smooched good. It was crazy irresponsible from Twilight just to take all the like discarded transformation potion crap, toss it all together,
But it's a war.
and then throw it into barrels and then bury it with the diamond dogs.
But it's a war.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
She has
still-
to, it doesn't matter if our everything suffers, because we need to win that war. Didn't you watch the Applejack Wizards of War thing?
I mean, being Fallen Equestria, it does seem like the ponies were losing the war. They were on their back foot by the end. The zebras probably didn't even need to use the bomb.
Twilight, or not Twilight, they could have so easily just went and like melted them.
Well, that was their fear, yeah.
Yeah. So like, why didn't they? Because they were trying to solve it like through other means.
Well, the zebras were in Equestria. You can't melt Equestria without like a little bit of like.
No, she just all
fire.
like I made the whole video. She like throws the sun at them for a little bit.
Yeah.
Like pick a little piece off, just spit. It's like a spittoon. No, we don't start getting imaginary numbers. Yeah, square root of -1. All right. So if we aren't going to, like, I like how this liquid looks, but now I need to make it blue.
Just one color.
Which is gonna be still kind of messy, because this whole thing.
Paint.
Your rent's going so high.
I'm in trouble.
Might have it open or within my recent.
McDerps. Let's see. McDerps is here to save it. Yeah, I did read in the Fallout Equestria book when Twilight did have her consciousness transferred into a single alicorn. She ran to get help for Little Pip. And who did she call for help? Do you know? Who'd she call for help to come save Little Pip?
Little Pip?
Yeah.
Who did Little Pip call?
No, who did Twilight call to save Little Pip?
Ghostbusters.
No. He called her good friend.
Why do you only give me one guess?
Ditsy Do. Because you're never going to guess.
No, I
Get
read the
one.
book, Michael.
It's Ditsy Do or Derpy. You might know her. Little horse.
I overrode the original. Rainbow. Okay, so this one was replaced with the rainbow. No, it wasn't. This
Everything in electronics is physics or applied physics. Mostly you just know
This one.
Ohm's law and you're good. And Ohm's law is pretty simple. At least it's not crazy complicated. But you can map out any electronic circuit with it. I think every job I've ever taken in electronics, they always ask me, do you know what Ohm's law is? I have to recite it. Bible verse.
Well, I feel like that's something that if you don't know, there's just an instant go bye-bye.
I know, pneumatic components. I mean, like capacitors and transistors and, you know, it's all included. They all have resistances and capacitance. Well, capacitors primarily capacitive, but it's all about voltage regulation. Capacitors.
How did you suddenly get into this?
I don't know. Freaking Sir Edward brought it up.
Well, now you're just calling it frickin' Sir Edward. Being
I've
angry
electronics
at
my
people
whole
for
life.
no reason.
Angry, eh?
You're so angry. Look at you. Okay. Now if I go to...
What is Michael's law? Michael's law is marriage should smooch all the time. Every chance they get. And that's what I want G6 to be. Because, surprise, I'm going to be in charge of G6 as soon as they call me. I'm waiting for the phone call. It's going to happen any minute now. Forget Forget Lauren Faust. Forget Megan McCarthy. Forget Jim Miller. D6 should be run by me.
How's that look for a blue liquid?
That is very like PlayStation 2. I love it.
But it has the benefit of at least looking pretty good when you have to shove a horse in it. Oh, hold on,
She's already mutating.
she wasn't even in the liquid yet.
Dip her in like a donut.
Well, that kind of like golden light from Blows kind of.
Like all the blue stuff.
I have to be careful on that angle.
More purple.
Apparently,
than
it
blue.
like kind of disappears from this angle.
Is it just me, or is that more purple than blue?
It's fine. It's blue. It might have a. I kind of just half-assed the color selection. It's blue enough.
Just make it 100% blue. You have the ability to do that.
No,
Purple.
it's not purple. It's blue with maybe a hint of red.
Why can't it just not have a hint of red?
Because okay, Michael, this horse is purple.
She's lavender.
Yeah, that's purple.
It's a shade of purple.
Yeah, and this is a shade of blue.
That's purple.
I'm not changing it. You can burn a fire.
I mean, one of them was supposed to be purple anyway, so fine.
This house is very flammable. I now know that, so we're gonna
Just burn it down and take me out.
I do think that the multi-layered approach for this did turn out very well, because if I turn off the bottom layer, it looks like this. I mean, that's fine, but it still just looks like flat. This really gives it that like it's moving in multiple directions type thing. I like it. Plus, I think the providing of multi-layers on everything is also nice. Mikhail's law states that the mare's cuteness through a boop between two mares is directly proportional to the stow pity across the two mares.
Yes. Correct.
Like you're just writing up the math in the far thing. We're gonna represent snow pity as like a lowercase s.
Yes.
Or no, we're just gonna put a little cool horse face. But now I'm distracted by the cool horse face.
And then we'll use that math to dictate tariffs. It'll be great.
Okay. Well, now that we've had to redo this shot again, we have a vat.
It's very pretty.
So I mean that's good. And next time we can actually throw her in the thing.
We gotta dunk her in like a donut.
Oh, she's going in now.
You gotta scream, Spike! Delete my internet history. I like that more than I thought I would. Like, quick, Spike, delete my internet history. Blah, blah, blah.
I think the best way to do this, and I'm probably not going to, if, and I'm
Be a
not
blooper
sure
reel.
if it will even let me, can I do an alpha value on this? If it lets me do an alpha value, and it doesn't, so that kind of solves that. If it let me do a semi-transparent something, is to make a couple layers of it. That so the top level would be like the clear one, and then have like a 20, 40, 60, and 80%. That means that as she was going down, you could actually make it look like she was slowly disappearing underneath by making them like decently distanced apart. But because it's not letting me do that, I can't. And I bet you if I set this to like vertex lit generic, that it would probably break a lot of stuff.
Sunset, she was confirmed 100% to be a direct descendant of Sweetie Belle, but I think they pointed out later that Sweetie Belle and Applejack were so early in the residents of the vault that everybody in the vault is probably some way or another related to both Sweetie Belle and Applejack. Just because generations over generations, you're probably gonna have a bit of. So when she's like, "You're a direct descendant of Sleepywell," and it's like, yeah, so is like half of the vault. So
Some of these textures are technically made to be transparent. So I'm thinking that there is a way to do it. I'm guessing that it's just specifically there's no alpha value attached. I might be able to make a texture that has like an alpha built in. Because some of these, like this one, if I set the skin, well, that one's the...
yes, hi Jurassic. I always kind of liked that before
how's that doing it?
Theo Who's died, he did learn that the residents of Vault 2 were essentially family. That is, I think when he learned that, he became extra protective of the residents of Vault 2, but kind of already was protecting them, so.
I have to play with that next time. I think that there's a way to do it, and if I could do that, it'd be like the fog. Having like 7 layers could actually make it so that if the bottom one was, say, down here, and then you had another one above that and above that and above that, all with different levels of transparency, eventually leading to the like the definite one, you could make a really convincing kind of like falling into the depth. I don't think it's going to matter for what I'm doing here, because when she gets pulled in, it's as soon as she basically hits the surf, like goes under, it's like I'm cutting the shot. Which is going to be a little interesting too, because I got to figure out how to make the water potentially react to her, as I think you can, like if I do like,
Well, that's just it. Like, you can't be an indirect. I guess you can, in the sense that,
do that.
say you're married into the family, then you're an indirect descendant. Like, if you're like the stepchild in a marriage to like Mary Queen of Scots, my father was the stepson of Mary Queen of Scots. It's like, okay, then you're an indirect descendant, not of the same bloodline.
To make it look, you can have her hit the liquid, kind of like,
Yeah, let's go.
because as soon as when you pull this up, the animation for it kind of speeds up because it's going over a different surface at a different speed, so it actually will kind of look like water's falling in to correct it and stuff. But we can do that later. That's going to be the different layers kind of folding in and whatever.
I did read with Trixie, when she gets to Twilight, she's apologetic to Twilight. Like, sorry it took me so long to get to you, save you. Like, this door was really thick.
Well, she was gonna die, so it was either die or die.
Yeah, and in Trixie's mind, she was saving Twilight.
Saving her consciousness, but she was also enslaving her.
Yeah, she didn't give her much in the way of free will after she pulled her into the vat. She wanted her strength, is what she wanted. And her knowledge.
Where to send you all? Go a bunch of people on. Doing more horse things.
Good horse.
Oh, it changed. I thought it was like, wait, I think the one of them missing a hoof. Like I don't see a hoof on that leg. Wait, where's the leg? There's only 3 legs.
Jay is also streaming.
Peleo's playing Final Fantasy 16. I was gonna say I recognize Titan. Don't remember his name otherwise. Clyde Pegasus is saying Pegasus is you. Jay's playing more Oblivion. Baba is you, though.
It's a good game.
Is kind of a fun watch.
I played it and I recommend it. It's one of those.
If you don't know how Baba is you works, it is you are given various words, and depending on how you do it, like Baba is KK, meant that now he technically controlled both, because Baba is also KK. Like you can move the words around to change the rules of the game, and some of them are actually like you break the whole game. Like wall is transparent, and now you can just ignore walls and stuff. It's an interesting puzzle game. Pony is you. Wouldn't be surprised if somebody did that.
And you
But we can over there because I think that is a fun one to watch. I think I was playing it for a bit, and oh yeah, actually, like you just did KK's you, and doing so use the guy off the map. Oh yeah, wall is. Yeah, you can say wall is win. Then you just walk on the wall. There you go. Yeah, I was gonna say just walk on the wall now. Oh no, you can't because this. Oh no, there goes. He did.
possessions.
It's an interesting puzzle game.
I saw like the Cheez-It Stash picture I commissioned from Nixon. Somebody posted it on Facebook. And I replied to it with a picture of Cheez-It Stash upstairs, like, she's still, you know.
Oh, that's creepy. Somebody puts a fun little picture, and then you take a weird picture inside the brony house.
Yeah.
And you're like, look, I have put this old stale bag of Cheez-Its in front of horse. Anyways, we are going to be playing Jackbox this weekend because we are on second Saturday.
It's Friday, isn't it?
Second Friday or second Sunday, yeah. Yeah, so we'll see you guys on Sunday, and Michael's not going to stream on Monday again because he hates you all.
I don't. I'm trying to make things better,
Yeah.
y'all.
So what did you do last Monday?
I drank and ate fruit. Anyway. Hope you